9 a.m. on January 4th, 2021. If you would please rise with me and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, good morning. It's January 4th at 9 a.m., 2021. I would like to welcome our newest commissioner, John Herzog, to the board. And it is normally the first order of business of the Board of Commissioners to elect a new board chair, vice chair to the board. So do I have a nomination for chair?
Well, Mr. Chair, as my glasses fog up here, I'll be proud to nominate myself as chair.
Do I have a second?
You need to find your little thing and clip it on to your tire lapel. And you ask a question usually after there's a second, then there's discussion.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Good. Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Further discussion?
So, being brand new, so there's just a chairman or a chairman of the board, or what's the titles?
It's basically chair of the board, vice chair,
Vice chair?
and then the third commissioner has no title. It's just
Okay.
as commissioner.
So in the past, you usually change every year, or
Every January, the first meeting of every year is when we do our changes. Yes.
okay. And
So the position would be held for 1 year unless something happens that the commissioner doesn't want to be chair anymore, or the board feels as though that commissioner should not remain chair for whatever reason. The board can change that.
okay. Thank
Further
you.
discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Herzog,
Yes.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Aye.
Chair Pash.
No.
Motion carried 2-1.
All right, with that, we are going to, with our new chair seated, do you want to adjourn, sir? The meeting is yours.
We're going to elect vice chair, or are we going to
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes, do I have a motion for vice chair? Thank you, council.
So, motion for vice chair, I will nominate John Herzog for the 2021 year, vice chairman, Curry County Board of Commissioners.
I'll second that. Further discussion? Well, you're the board chair, sir.
Well, I would rather just sit here a year. So, but I'm at the mercy of not the mercy, but your guys' wish. So, I would rather have Chris be vice chair, but.
I actually think it'd be good. Vice chair is not a demanding
Yep.
position. It's basically if something happens, Commissioner Boyce can't be here or can't be on the phone to run the meeting, you would just take
over?
control of the meeting.
Okay.
But
And
council,
About how many times has that happened?
I think once I wasn't here in 2 years.
Yep. So it's pretty infrequent, just
Okay.
like what Chris Pash said.
just for
There's a
the,
health issue or something happens, family issue,
Yep.
for some reason they can't make a meeting.
Mr. Herzog, you're a quick learner. We'll be there with you. You said you're a quick learner, so I have no reluctance whatsoever.
Okay.
Your ability and capacity there. Just for the record, 2 years in a row, his first and second year, I made the motion for Christopher Pash to be the chair. So I think that's important to note. And also, it's been 3 times that I'm the vice chair this year, or in the 2-year period, I'm sorry, that I have been here to conduct the meeting in your absence. That's all I have there. So I think we need to get to the amendment and approval of the agenda.
Well, the
We
vote.
need to get a vote first.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Roll call, Mr. Jesuit.
And this is a vote for
Vice chair.
Vice Chair for Commissioner Herzog.
Yes.
Correct.
Commissioner Herzog,
Yes.
Chair Boyce and Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
I need to vote, John.
Oh, did Chair Boyce vote? JJ?
What? Chair
It's
Boyce-
okay, we're getting through it here. Good job.
Chair Boyce voted yes, I believe.
I'm voting yes now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
again. We got 2 votes under our belt, huh? Pretty
So
good.
did you want to break the meeting and take a break, or stay where we are, sir?
No, let's keep working.
Okay.
Either Commissioner or Staff Rickard or Council Huddle, any agenda amendments or changes we need to consider? Mr. Rickard?
I suggest that we move item 6A after the liaison role assignments at the end of the meeting. It deals with liaison assignments. It makes sense to have it after that discussion.
I agree.
I have no problem with that.
Anything further? Council Huddle?
Nothing from me.
Commissioner Herzog?
No, sir?
Commissioner Pash? So I have one. It's agenda number 5, appoint members of the Tourism and Promotion Committee. Excuse me. We have no applications that I'm aware of. And so I'm not sure who we're voting on. And that is the only consent agenda item. So I'm going to ask the board, recommend to the board that we delay this for maybe till the next meeting, which I presume is going to be on January 13th, other than Wednesday, of course. Simple to say, we need applications.
I don't think our next meeting is scheduled for January 13th, is it? I think it would be 2 weeks
Well,
from the 6th, so that
That'll
would
be
be
decided later on, too.
That's our discussion. And I have requested a January 13th meeting to Mr. Rickard, and I can show you that email if necessary.
It's yours.
Thank you. So I'm looking for a motion to postpone or table the appointed members of the Tourism and Promotion Committee to either the 13th or the 20th, whatever we determine is our next meeting after Wednesday the 6th. So if we don't get a motion, Council Huddle, then we won't even vote on this today then? And those applicants will be approved.
There would,
A little confusing, isn't it?
well, there would have to be a motion to approve the consent agenda. Did you make a motion to continue the item?
I didn't make a motion. I asked for it to be pulled from the consent agenda, correct?
Okay, if
Nope,
it gets
I got to
pulled,
see.
if it gets pulled from the consent agenda, then you discuss the item today. You'd need a motion to approve the agenda as submitted, and then you could just discuss that item later on today's agenda. And at that time, you could decide whether to appoint, continue, or what have you. But for now, I think the current motion in front of the board is to take item 5 off of this consent agenda and then put it somewhere on this agenda, and then there'll, after that, there would be a motion to approve the agenda as amended, is what I understand where we're at in the meeting.
So looking for a motion.
So moved?
Looking for a
Because I have
second?
not seen any, I have not seen a, thing about a
Application.
member. I'd like to see, the members,
Agreed.
yeah, so.
So we're going to pull this from the consent agenda and put it on as an action item for
That is
discussion?
the request, yes.
I'll second that.
Any more discussion?
Well, I guess I do have some discussion, because this would be prior to voting on the appointing of the members, we would see a list of the members and,
That's what we're going to discuss.
okay, all right.
Yeah. And so where do we want to put that?
If I could,
Sure.
just kind of, I know we're in our first meeting.
Yeah.
So for for Commissioner Herzog, what you have here is the agenda, and what we're doing now is doing amendments to the agenda. If the agenda were not amended, the consent agenda is usually just voted without any discussion. What Commissioner Boyce has requested is to take this item off of the consent agenda, and then now what he's asking is where would it be? Typically, you know, Commissioner Boyce, it would be at the end of number 6.
Okay.
Action and discussion items, so it would be probably 6I. And then the board then, for Mr. Herzog's information, would just vote to approve an amended agenda. So you wouldn't be voting whether to approve any appointments or continue that item. You would just be voting to take this item from number 5 and put it at the bottom of number 6, so you could just talk about it and have this entire discussion of applications, appointments, continuations, et cetera, at a later time in today's meeting.
Okay, thank
So
you,
we
sir.
need to vote now to agree on pulling it.
On an amended agenda.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Well, this is not for the final amended agenda, because I have a couple of changes I'd
Oh,
like to make.
I'm sorry, I thought you had been asked, but never mind. Go
Well,
ahead.
I thought that was Commissioner Boyce's ask earlier was about anything further on the prior
Okay.
question. I have 2 things on here that I'd like to see changed. One is the censure to be removed. The censure's already been done and recorded. I don't know why we need to bring this back up again. It's something that's already been handled by a previous board, and it's in the books. I mean, this is something that we've already dealt with, so I don't know why we need to bring this up. I've seen all the pages of things that go along with this in the computer, and I just personally think it's not in the board's best interest to bring this up again. So I'd like to have it removed.
So
Anybody can ask a question?
you sure can.
Okay, so, council, you know, not being here for that censure, is it, can you kind of give me the status of, I mean, is it over and done with, or still ongoing, or if something would come up concerning the parks or whatever, can you just kind of give me a, you know what I'm trying to ask?
I think so. Let me take a look at this. And I apologize. I was sick one day last week when a lot of this was going on. So let me just take a look and see if there's anything here. So in general, and quite honestly, you may need to, if this is an item from Mr. Boyce, you may need to actually hear from him. Essentially, I think there would have to be reasons presented as to why there should be a change of the action. And I'm still trying, my computer here is a little slow. I'm trying to pull this up and see. But let me just see if I can briefly read the AGRS to see if there's any good cause or any determination of. So there are responses, further documentation. You know, I think having Commissioner Boyce get his opportunity to explain why the censure should be lifted or reconsidered or something, I think it would be easier for me to give an opinion on it at that time. You know, I'll just make an analogy to stuff I'm more familiar with, which is court cases. Sometimes there can be explanations that there were procedural issues. Sometimes there's explanations where there's substantive issues. And those are reasons for reconsidering prior decisions, overturning precedent, what have you. And I just haven't had the time to look at all this to figure that out. But ultimately, if this is analogous, if a board decision on a censure, a decision of call it an adjudication for lack of a better word, just analogy, then there are standards for judicial courts to overturn prior decisions. Usually if there's a change in the facts, if there's been some error in the prior decision that can be identified, and there's a few other things. So I think at this point you would be presented with the question of whether, you know, the nature of the prior censure and whether there's any identifications of faults or new information that has come to light that would allow the board to change that. So just drawing analogies, that's very loose, but I think getting more information prior to making a decision. And then as far as you're concerned, whether you could participate in the decision, that would be your choice as to whether you had enough information to know how to act on the question presented in front of you. So I think at this point, I don't have enough information or more than just to talk generalities. You probably don't have enough information unless you really studied the packet, but I think there may be discussion. So I think at this point it's an open question, but I don't know that there's a absolute prohibition on reconsidering a prior action. Just, again, I'm talking very much generalities here.
To make it easier on everyone, I'll withdraw, and we can discuss it then. The other one I'd like to have removed is the assignment of liaison roles. I think we have all been, Commissioner Boyce and I have had our liaisons for 2 years anyway, with Commissioner Herzog just coming on. I would like to defer this for 90 days at a minimum. Let's all get comfortable with who we are, get familiar with the departments that you're going to work with, and perhaps start to develop some relationships and possibly readdress this in about 90 days. So that would be my motion to remove this from the liaison roles and keep all the current liaisons as they are. We would need to deal with the Border Coast Regional Authority, Airport Authority, which was assigned to Commissioner Gold. And being from Brookings, that may be a very convenient one for you if you're interested in the airport issues, but that can be addressed later in the meeting as well. So that would be my motion to remove H for 90 days and bring it back.
I'd second that.
Moved and seconded that we delay item 6, 6E, is it?
H.
Oh, the last one, I'm sorry, 6H. Discussion.
The discussion I would have here is that I being brand new, will take the opportunity to get to know what, how it, I don't even know where the bathroom is right now if I left here, so that would be my only discussion. So that's why I'm in favor, and it could be less than 90 days if we needed to, or if they're, but yeah, so I'm.
For the citizens, my take on that is we have so much work and we are dramatically behind. We have major decisions to make. We don't know what's coming at us every day, every week, every month, and any delay is not in the interest of this county and the citizens. So, Mr. Pash?
So you're saying that the current liaisons are derelict in their duties? Are you saying I'm derelict in being an active liaison with my liaison assignments?
I'm going to keep my personal opinions about your job performance to myself, sir. That's not at all what I was saying. I'm sorry you take it to that level immediately in the early part of this meeting. My emphasis, Mr. Pash, is we have some tremendous work to do, some tremendous odds to overcome.
And what?
So we have a motion, a second. Do you want to change that to 30 days by chance?
I had a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, in other words, you're asking, I've seen the new assignment of liaisons that you posted on the website, and basically you're taking the Sheriff's Department, you're taking, let me see here real quickly.
Community development, economic development, public health, veteran services.
I was speaking, sir, please.
I'm just
And
helping.
you've removed the road department completely. It has no liaison anymore.
If I may, Mr. Pash, we have that under discussion Item 6H.
But all I'm saying
There's
is-
several.
you're
There's
saying-
several that are in question here to discuss and bring it up to date, and as a board, decide how we might
Talking over me,
proceed.
sir. You gave me the floor to talk, please. All I'm trying to say is, I feel like you've said there's a lot of work here to be done, and there's a lot of things here that are hitting us every day at an enormous speed, and you need to change these liaisons, and I was just asking you if you felt that you needed to change the liaisons because you felt I was derelict, or one of the commissioners was derelict in taking care of their liaison duties. That's all what my question was.
So here's where we are. For the 2021 year, we have, for example, when it was transferred from me to Mr. Rickard to Mr. Jesuit, we have Local Public Safety Coordinating Council on twice. So that's something that we could, in discussion, just simply visit about and determine what's the best way to go. And I thought that's what the reason is it was on the agenda, and why I thought it was very important to get done today, or at least make some significant progress. I'm very much opposed to delaying 90 days. I'm not going to do your job performance publicly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rickard?
If I can. Being new myself, it has been helpful to learn different my different roles, learn a little bit about the people that I'm working with, and it would seem to me that that would be fair, like you said, Commissioner Herzog, in giving you some time to learn your different roles, learn the liaison assignments that we're currently assigned to Commissioner Gold. And if you'd like, I can even walk you around to the different departments and help and introduce you.
You know, forgive me. I don't even know if we're going to have a director of operations within a week, a month, a year. We've had 4 now in the last 3.5 years, and I don't think that's the best interest of the county. I think it's the people have spoken on that twice by huge margins. They want full-time commissioners, and they want them working with the department heads. I don't want to waste any time. You've seen what's happened in this county the last 2 years. I do not want to repeat the dysfunction and the incredible spending that has hurt the people of this county. And I'm going to speak up about it. I think you know that. So I don't know what your relationship is on the department heads. The road department was inadvertently left out. I gave Mr. Rickard the best information I could, totally in a preliminary basis. And yeah, I have a tremendous interest in law enforcement and emergency services. And so that's for this board to discuss and determine and decide so we can get to work. But I am very much opposed to a 90-day prolonged confusion, anything. Go ahead, Commissioner. Did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
Oh, Sheriff did.
Okay. Did you have your hand up?
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
Just one thing under the liaison list. Emergency services under me wouldn't be directly under the county as a liaison member, so that needs to be clarified.
So noted.
I've taken emergency services back under me, and it's effective today as the board approval. So it wouldn't be, like I said, a commissioner to be in a liaison to emergency services when it's under the sheriff. That's like telling my jail commander would be under the liaison of the commissioner. My parole and probation would be under the commissioner. It doesn't work that way. So I just want to clarify that up.
Councilor Huddle.
Thank you. And I had a question on one of these that I don't think I've seen before. I'm looking at and I know we're just under the discussion of removing this from this agenda and continuing it for 90 days. I'm trying to understand, under John Herzog, it says taxing districts. I think we have 20 or 30 plus or minus taxing districts in the county. Thank you. And
45.
yeah, and so, and I don't know that we've had one commissioner be assigned to all the taxing districts before. It might make sense to have more of a a workshop on this. It could be done within 90 days, maybe sooner. And because this seems like it's something, especially with Commissioner Herzog being new, it might be good to just have a explanation in public. Again, I'm kind of out of my lane here. I'm not going in totally legal stuff, but I did have a question as to what was intended legally by having him be the liaison to all the taxing districts. That would make his list be really big. Taxing, he said.
It'd be very taxing.
So,
I don't know.
I think it might make sense to have and maybe we could just leave this on the agenda to just talk about it, and maybe the board at that time could decide what they want to do in the future. Instead of removing it and continuing it today, maybe make that decision when this comes up. It seems like we're getting into a lot more than just an agenda amendment here in the discussion. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the agenda.
If I may,
and get going.
we're getting some work done.
Okay.
We're finding some, this is a rough draft. We're finding some things that need worked on. No different, the cities, the ports, the libraries, the schools. Do we want to make those positions important for commissioners to be involved with and report back to the board? Commissioner Herzog.
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna say, looking at that bottom of that paper, that's what's happening right now, right? This part? This is,
That's what he's recommending, yes.
this is what the recommendation, or this is?
Both. Well, one is a liaison, the bottom is a,
I thought this was what is going, this was like what Sue is under right now.
yes. Well, if you look at, there's another page in your packet,
Okay.
and that's what Sue was under, you'll see what she had.
So we have a motion, and your recommendation, if I understand correctly, Council Huddle, is to just leave it on the agenda and discuss as our last item this afternoon, second to last item today. It's only 9:20, so I think we can roll up our sleeves and put some time into this. We heard from the sheriff. We heard from Commissioner Pash.
Currently in front of the board is a motion to continue this for 90 days, and the board would have to decide that, and if that's not the action, then it would be something else. So
I'm asking the board to withdraw that motion.
And discuss it.
It's going to be substantially later today, yes.
I would remove my second.
Then you have no second.
That's correct. So, did you have any other amendment requests, Mr. Pash?
Well, I think at this point, I'm going to say no.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved?
I'll second. Any discussion, further discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jesuit.
Commissioner Pash,
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog,
Aye.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Public comments, looks like we have 3 or 4 here. Lauren Paulson, please step up to the microphone there. Sometimes you have to adjust those microphones. Before you do, I just want to recognize we have the sheriff in the audience. He spoke a minute ago. We also have Assessor Colin, and we also have Steve Byerland, Rogue Basin County and Curry Salmon and Trout Restoration Coordinator. Sorry for the delay. Mr. Paulson, veteran, wonderful to have you here.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Lauren Paulson. I'm going to be as brief as I can because I know you guys have a full agenda. Let me tell you, it's a pleasure to see all of you here and welcome to the new commissioner. My name is Lauren Paulson. I'm a senior, I'm a veteran, and I am a past homeless person. A real homeless person. Just like a young man that's before the Chevron station on Highway 101 this morning. We have before this group and before Curry County a number of issues on housing and on homeless. I have given you a handout that has as the first 3 pages a rudimentary overview of how open sessions work. I am a commissioner with the Coos-Curry Public Authority for Housing. There is an impasse there, and I have taken the liberty of suggesting something to you on page 4 in a memo to you and to the Coos-Curry Authority. Behind that is another memo on that subject. So I have made a recommendation to do something about our impasse on homeless, seniors, and housing in Curry and Coos Bay. Well, guess what? There's 2 groups there that are in disarray. And I'm here to ask you all to get involved in accordance with my memo of June of last year on open session and changes with the Port Authority in Coos. Curry County is the stepchild, and nothing is getting done, partially because our executive director of this housing authority is in Coos Bay. Has very little interest in anything going on here. I have asked that her evaluation be looked at again formally, and I ask your help to do that. So that recommendation is also in this package. So all of you have this package in front of you. Don't read it now, read it when you get time, and then act on it in accordance with my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Paulson, just for one moment, how long have you been working in Curry County Housing? Various programs, concepts, general work. How long have you been working?
4 years, 2 years with the commission.
In Coos Bay?
In Coos
Coos
Bay.
Curry. And you realize you're our first alternate on our new housing committee appointment.
I understand that to be so.
And I really appreciate that you applied, and your expertise, I'm sure we'll get a chance to use that down the road. Appreciate what you had to say about the Coos Curry Housing Authority, and you know, I don't necessarily agree totally that that we're the stepchild. However, I do appreciate very much and promoted you to be on that committee as well, because I knew you would help keep them in a straight line, and you are. So just thanks for being here today, driving up in the storm, and stay tuned. We're hoping that our housing committee will really get some momentum and some energy and work on the issues that you are very, very concerned about and have been for quite a while. And you're also a Vietnam veteran. Thank you.
I'm in there for the long haul, and I'm totally committed to what the county is pursuing, and Coos as well. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Pash?
If I could, Steph Jesuit, please give me a copy. I don't have a copy of that with me, so if I could get one after the meeting's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you again. Public comment, David Barnes.
Morning, David Barnes. For right now, I just want to welcome Mr. Herzog, say congratulations on your election and appointment, and let the good times roll.
Thank you, sir.
You're next on, did you have another one, Mr. Barnes?
Yes, when you get to the topic, I prefer.
Why don't you do it now, please?
Okay, this is on a separate topic. This is, I believe it's an agenda item 6D. It's on parliamentary procedure. I opened the packet. I saw the I guess it's a flyer in there, and it brought back such great memories for me. I remember getting that same thing on my sixth grade class trip to Washington, D.C. You know, the whole pictogram of what parliamentary procedure is, and it brought back such fond memories for me. But, you know, this board, you know, unless things change a lot, even from what I've seen this morning, there's really no point in you doing this. It's a joke, you know. There's no respect amongst discussion between people on this board. Already this morning, I've heard Commissioner Boyce call Commissioner Pash Mr. instead of Commissioner numerous times. You know, I think it's great for you to try to do something, but if this is going to end up being a rules for thee and a rules for me, and you're going to keep behaving the same way that I've seen over the last few years, and yet try to demand decorum out of us, the citizens, I just think that's wrong, and it's a horrible joke. You know, I'd love to see you possibly look into Robert's Rules of Order. We learned about that in 8th grade. But, you know, I think that parliamentary procedure on this board is just, it ain't going to happen, and I just think it's a waste of time for you to talk about it. Thank you.
Next, Nancy Sue Rose.
Nancy Sue Rose. I live in Nasika Beach. My suggestion, Chair Boyce says that there's a lot of work for the county, and there always is, and I would recommend to further that agenda of moving things along is to appoint Elizabeth Necketon as treasurer, and you may do that according to what I have read of state law. This is my opinion.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, action items, discussion. Item 6A, appointment to, no, are we ready for that now?
For which one?
Did we move it to the end?
Yeah. We moved 6A to the end.
Okay, so we're on 6B, excuse me, 2021 meeting schedule. Director Rickard.
Okay, so typically at this time of year is when we set the meeting and workshop schedule for the rest of the year. I have attached to this item just a preliminary schedule. Commissioner Boyce has, in an email, asked to add the 13th of January onto this, but this is open for discussion at this point. How do we want to proceed with the meetings going forward?
Discussion board. Yeah, the 13th is kind of our ace in the hole with, again, a lot of uncertainties that we're dealing with. We're going to be later on seeking applications for a treasurer. And so I think we're going to need that time, and a 2-week delay between the 6th and the 20th I don't think is in our best interest. There's too much that can come up, and then it overloads that day on the 20th, maybe even likely loads it up. And so, and here's the letter, excuse me, the email I sent you, Mr. Rickard, back on November 7th, just trying to give you a little bit of heads up on what I thought the schedule might be best direction to head into. So that was last meeting that it was stated that I didn't give you a little bit of heads up, or you weren't, it didn't get confirmed, but anyway, I appreciate that. And I'm going to recommend to the board that we keep that open for right now, that 13th, a 9 o'clock meeting. I don't think we'll need a workshop on that day, but we've seen the different avenues we went today, and what that means for our workload and our responsibility to the citizens. And my agenda routing slip also says, hey, you know, I can't promise that for February. I would like to get back to the first and third Wednesdays of every month. I just don't think we can be as effective and as productive as we need to be if we don't at least leave the 13th open. And I really don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this. I think it's pretty cut and dried and simple to me. So bring your work boots would be my recommendation.
Is a question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm looking at your at your list here, Chair Boyce, and I'm seeing it looks to me as though you're planning for adding another meeting to every month, so we'd have at least 3 meetings a month. I think the board's been very productive getting it done in 2 meetings a month. We're usually done by 12, 1 o'clock to make our 2 p.m. workshops if we have them. And we can always add a meeting if you, as the chair, feel it's necessary. You may feel as though it's necessary in January, as you've stated, and I wouldn't be in disagreement with that, but to plan staff for, it's easier to add a meeting than it is to cancel, I believe. So to have staff be staffed up for 3 meetings a month in advance of knowing that you'll need them, I don't know if that's necessary or not, in my opinion. So I would prefer to see we leave it at 2, and like you just said, you want to add one for January, an additional one, because we will have a lot going on this month with the new board change. To leave that, yes, but going forward, perhaps you can add them as we go.
If I may, Commissioner Pash, and I did correct myself, by the way, did not just call you Mr., so if that offended you, I'm very sorry.
I don't get that offended, sir.
Okay, so you just said that we have a busy month. Why are we talking so much about this? Why don't we just schedule a meeting and then cancel it if that's necessary? I doubt that's going to happen. We have so much work. How many times I mean, is there any doubt in your mind? You just confirmed that. So I'm looking for a motion to get this moving, please. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with you on the meeting. I agree with you on the meeting. All I'm saying is in your ARS, you submitted for the entire year
a
calendar.
No.
You're withdrawing that.
I did not submit an ARS.
I'm looking at it, sir. Here.
That is Mr. Rickards. That's not mine.
Okay, whoever it is, why are you yelling at me?
Because you, as usual, you accuse me of something that's inaccurate. You need to do a little more homework.
Okay, in the package, there is a calendar for the entire year. All I'm asking is that we do it for, add the meeting for January, yes, but I would like to see us keep to our 2 meetings per month going forward from that. That's all my suggestion was. Just forgive me if I assumed that you did this as a, to get some forward looking on our meetings, and Mr. Rickard did it. Forgive me for that. I don't think that deserves being yelled at, but thank you.
Mr. Rickard, by the way, good job on this. Do you want to verify what my agenda routing slip was regarding this?
I believe your agenda routing slip had some suggestions for this month only. I had put together the calendar for the entire year. That is why I took yours out and replaced it with the routing slip I had. I have not added the 13th to it, pending the outcome of the decision of the board, which it does sound like we are going to add the 13th to January, leave the rest of the year as is, which is two business meetings, 2 workshops per month. Am I understanding this correctly?
Can I have that, if you don't mind, my original correspondence with you? Thank you. So I think we're on the same page here, are we not? So, except, excuse me, Commissioner Herzog?
I was just going to say, is September, is our 3 meetings? In September, it looks like.
And see, there again, Commissioner, if I could, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Pash.
Thank you, Chair. You're again looking at the same list that I was, assuming that it was all submitted as one. So
yeah.
The first part of that is what Commissioner Boyce submitted. The rest of that is what Director of Operations Rickard submitted. So all this is, I guess, is for the January meeting.
Okay.
And that's how I was confused as well.
Okay.
So,
I'm okay with
did
it.
you have anything further?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have
Commissioner, Council Huddle?
Yeah, I have a question. Maybe it's for Director Rickard. So, Brad, I'm looking at the agenda packet. Page 1 is the AGRS. Page 2 looks like a meeting schedule, and it's got, whatever you call them, columns and rows and such not. and it shows at least 3 meetings in January, 4, 6, and 20, 2 meetings in each in February, March, etc. But then I go down to, and then that seems to end in November. I don't see any meeting scheduled for December. That ends on page, looks like 3. And then I see something starting in February on page 4, and this shows a meeting almost every week. And then, so I'm just trying to figure out what, and then the next page seems to have some locational things, and some topics. I guess these are the quarterly reports and such. What is the board being asked to? Which of these calendars is the board being asked to adopt today?
I guess I'm not sure what calendars you looked at.
So let's do this.
I'm looking
If I
at
may-
you. Oh, you don't have a computer, do you?
If I may,
Go ahead.
we've already spent enough time on this.
Okay.
Here's what I'm thinking. Before the finger pointing started, unfortunately, here's what I had submitted to Mr. Rickard that I thought was on the ARS. I missed it. January is going to be an extremely busy month. This is what I sent to him. We have a lot of ground to make up with the much divided 2019 and 2020 board, compounded by quite a number of uncertainties. We best plan on some long committed days for production to do the people's work. Needless to say, there are a great number of important issues, critical policy challenges, details to meet and get done. I would prefer to get back on the 2 full CCC board meetings per month scheduled for February, and hopefully for the remainder of the year. However, due to the uncertain times, another sentence or so that says basically the same, looking for a strong year of recovery, and then I outline the other meetings. So I think we need to adopt a January schedule that includes January 13th in case we need it, and likely we will, and then we can work on February, that meeting on the 13th, and the rest of the year to clarify this. Commissioner Pash.
I agree with you, sir. All I asked was your forgiveness for misunderstanding, and now it's finger pointing. All I asked was I saw something that evidently even another commissioner here misunderstood. So can you understand the confusion? I'm sure Mr. Rickert was under an unbelievable schedule last week, especially with the holiday and everything in there, to get all these AGRSs out and get them done. And there was some confusion on this one. So all I asked was I apologized to you and asked for your forgiveness on it. That's all I did, sir. I didn't finger point, so thank you. And I am seconding your motion to have a 3rd meeting in January.
Second?
Yeah.
I second.
One moment, please.
Keep going. Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
Ready?
None of that should be there.
That's one item.
It should only be
That's-
this.
and then-
So we'll spend more time on this for too long, and we'll get this clarified right now. Did you just make a motion, Commissioner Pash, to do
You made a
it
motion earlier, and I just seconded
for
it.
the 13th?
Yes.
You seconded it. Discussion?
And then, okay.
Who you got looking over your shoulder there?
Oh, I'm trying to show him how to pull up our meetings on his computer.
So we have set the January schedule.
With the
And that's
additional
it. With the
general
additional
meeting,
13th. Okay.
9 o'clock, January 13th.
But if
And not to overlook January 20th, general meeting.
Is different. Go how you can
And
drag it
13th
out.
has no workshop on it, correct?
That's correct.
Go the other way.
That's subject to change, but probably
So
not.
this is what you've got printed out. There's nothing in December.
So any more discussion?
Something else.
Roll call, Mr. Jesuit.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Aye.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
If you do that button on the side, now you go to the next item.
So the next one is item 6C. Whoop, no.
Do we usually break staff about this time? It might be a good time to do it before going into.
We've only been working 50 minutes. Okay.
By law, you have to.
Yeah.
Well,
I know.
In 10 minutes.
Okay.
We can.
What do we have to do?
Oh, we just do it
It's break time.
in 10 minutes, or do you want to do it now for 10 minutes?
Let's meet everybody back here at 10 o'clock. For now, thank you.
Would you like to have, well, no, they won't be able to do it that quick.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire, prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. One of the first things is making sure to get fires out if they're threatening life and property. The second thing that I'm going to focus in on is when it's safe to do so, to put some fire on the landscape when it's cooler and not during fire season to reduce these same fuels that are giving us so much fits during the fire season.
Bob Horton, I'm the fire chief of Jackson County Fire District 3 in Southern Oregon. The challenges that are facing us in terms of the mega fires and the wildfires that we've been experiencing out in this valley, particularly in the last couple of years, but across the state and across the region, incredibly concerning to us in the fire community, those in our communities in general, our constituents and our patrons are extremely concerned, as they ought to be. And really the takeaway from the work that's being done now is this is an extraordinary collaboration of dozens on dozens of interested stakeholder groups who are coming together with a common purpose. It's really an inspiring showing of humanity to not only be able to provide for a greater quality of life for our people, but to be strong stewards of our land, so that our future for us and generations to come is incredibly bright.
Very pressing issue. It's bearing down on us. Fire season is approaching, and I am really interested in preventing my home and other homes in my community from being impacted by wildfire, specifically from being burnt down. That's my main reason for being involved.
Quite a collaboration of folks. We're here looking for practical solutions to help us unravel some of the issues surrounding wildfires today here in the state of Oregon. And my focus really is on planning for large wildfire events in advance of their occurrence. That way, when they do occur, we can respond more appropriately to those situations.
Well, I just think it's grand if all of the people all over the state have come together today to be concerned about water. It just warms my heart, because I know that they really will leave here today feeling more impressed about the water, because I have told them that we're all born in water. We cannot live without it. It's our job to take care and stop the garbage in the rivers and streams and oceans, because there's life in that water, and it's our job to keep it clean for them. Because we cannot live on this planet without the animal kingdom. I was in Ohio at the Ohio River with Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had proven water could heal. He and I stood on the riverbank and blessed the Ohio River that they had us come to do. And I pray that God has still kept the river good for them over there. We were taught when we were little that prayer works. You too will remember your prayers, because they work. It has nothing to do with religion or church.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe.
Commissioners, special meeting. Our next item on the agenda is item 6C. The heading of the The heading of the ARS is Curry County Treasurer-elect Hanscom resigned effective on December 30th, 2020. Request for the Curry County Board of Commissioners send out an RFA request for applications for treasurer, and accompanied by this brief background description. Curry County Board of Commissioners needs to discuss the resignation of Curry County Treasurer-elect Terry Hanscom and begin the process of seeking applications for his replacement. Boyce is requesting the board act and review this matter on January 4th, 2021. Applicants will be subject to residency requirements and possible background checks. The board needs to determine the terms of this process as we move forward. Due to the urgent nature of this position, we suspect there will be a limited window to apply. The board will issue a press release with details after the meeting on the 4th. A sample press release was included in this agenda routing slip. I'm not going to read the press release, but I want the board to discuss where we are on this and what our expectations are. I will start off by recommending that we have a 10-day process. Ideally for me would be for the board to conduct interviews it would be the 15th of January. The applications would close on the 14th, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I think that's where we are. We would need staff to refine, subject to what we agreed to today, the press release, and have it go out immediately this afternoon. And we'll put that on Staff Jesuit's desk. That's all I have for now, board. And I'm sorry, I do have a little trouble seeing here, so I didn't mean to ignore anyone. So, Commissioner Pash?
First, I would like to take this moment to apologize to Commissioner Herzog for your coming into some of what you're coming into with what's going to be on our agenda for the next few weeks, walking into some decisions that could be in dispute here with the board and having to make decisions with limited knowledge on things. So I would like to, if the chair would give me a little bit of latitude, because this is a discussion item, talk about, or if you would like to, in brevity, however you'd like to do it, sir, get Mr. Hanscom up to speed on exactly what happened with Mr. Hanscom's resignation and how that occurred. And then I can make comments after that, or do you want me to do that? I think it's fair that he know exactly what happened.
Well, I think he's, are you reasonably aware, Commissioner Herzog?
No, I didn't. No, we were out of town, so I didn't. No, it's because I read that it happened on the 30th of. Yeah, we were in Eastern Oregon, so I.
Well, arguably, if you don't mind, can I continue, or you want to?
Go ahead, Commissioner Pash.
Arguably, I would say that Mr. Hanscom wanted to vacate the possibility of him being treasurer long before he was elected. He even made statements in the League of Women Voters meetings that the other candidate, if you wanted the most qualified person ready to be treasurer, he made a statement 2 times during that meeting that that you should vote for her and not him. Also, he had made statements in the last few months that he was considering resignation for health reasons, or for some health reasons in his family, and he felt as though he may not be qualified as well. He met with our treasurer on a few occasions, and our treasurer has testified here in our board meetings and in a workshop that he relayed to her that he was not qualified. And these are in general words, not quotes. He also relayed to her in one phone conversation that he wanted to resign, that he was going to be sworn and then resign immediately after being sworn. So this has led us to this, in my opinion, where we are now. My problem with this is it could have been dealt with instead of having to do an AGRS right now and reach out to the public and not find a treasurer for perhaps weeks in the future, along with a problem of our treasurer first saying that she would only be available for a week or two after her term expires, which expired last night at midnight, and then her later coming before the board and saying that after discussing it with her family, and she also told me privately, the absolute longest she will be available is till the 30th of this month. If we delay this and wait until the 14th or 15th with an application process, and then perhaps have that those applicants come in, interview, and then set for an emergency meeting or the next meeting to discuss those applicants and pick one, we're going to be into the 15th to the 20th of January. The treasurer's position, I'm going to say, in speaking with her, our treasurer, Ms. Crumley, she's guessing 4 to 6 weeks to train someone. So if we wait for this long period of time with someone as treasurer, I think we're going to run up against that she's going to leave, and we're going to have a treasurer that's about half trained for the job. And as you know, I'm sure, being in business, a treasurer's position in a county is maybe the most important position in the county. The other problem we have is that Commissioner Boyce, Chair Boyce, has come before the board and asked the board to keep Debbie Crumley on an hourly rate until the end of the month. And I know he talks about saving money for the county, but she's going to be paid twice what her salary is now to keep her on at an hourly rate, approximately twice. So in the ORSs, if you look at like ORS 236325, we did have, as a board, the right to fill this office prior to Mr. Hanscom even resigning. We could have filled it weeks ago. And if he didn't resign, then of course that didn't happen. But at least we could have had someone already in the coffers to take the position and had them, perhaps if they got board approval, being trained. Because if you read ORS 236.325, 3, except where an election is required by law, if a holder of a public office or a person who receives a certificate of election as a holder of a public office resigns, and the office effective as a future date, the appointing authority, which would be the board, required by law to fill the vacancy in the public office may begin the process to fill that vacancy and select a successor even prior to the effective date of resignation. Under this section is exactly how it quotes. So we could have moved weeks ago, knowing that Mr. Hanscom was not going to be treasurer, or had serious concerns of actually being sworn and taking the oath of office and sitting as treasurer. We could have moved to fill this spot weeks ago. And Commissioner Boyce moved strongly to stop that from happening, and don't do anything until we get an answer from Commissioner Hanscom, Treasurer-elect Hanscom. So we are now in a dilemma to fill a treasurer's spot in a county that I believe it's imperative that we have a treasurer immediately. So I would say to move this off until the 15th, with the black eye the county's already got and how this was handled, would be wasting our time and putting the county funds at risk. I think this is something that needs to happen immediately, if not sooner. How we do that, I don't know. We have, from what I understand, a couple of applications already, and I don't know if this board could appoint one of those applicants until the next election cycle. We have 3 choices from what I understand from Salem. We can either have a special election, which would cost this county $30,000 to $50,000 an estimate, We can wait and appoint someone and appoint them until the next election cycle, which would be approximately 2 years. Or we can appoint them for the entire term of the next treasurer-elect would have been, which is 4 years. So those would be, what I've learned from conversations from Salem, those would be our 3 choices. At least that's how I disseminated that information. So that's what I think is before the board, Mr. Chair, that we not delay this, and I'd like to continue this conversation, maybe hear from Commissioner Herzog on this and you, Mr. Chair, further. But this is something that should have been dealt with per the ORSs weeks ago. I pushed so hard to get this done. You had citizens that came in and pushed to get this done and did nothing. And now we are left without a treasurer, and we will have no treasurer to train a new appointed treasurer and have them to be ready to sit in the seat.
Do you have any questions now?
Okay, so,
You want me to go first?
no, I was just thinking, so, you know, I hear everything you're saying, but, you know, it's done. So, I mean, we can't go back, right? So we got to go forward in the right way. And so, I know we have a county clerk that is very good at what she does as far as, you know, how to. I actually like to hear her recommendation on how to maybe move forward in this, just in the filling of that position. I think you're right, Chris, that we need to go as quick as we can. But you know, it was Terry's decision whether he did it on the 30th of December or today. I think we'd still be in the, you know, but like I said just a second ago, we can't go back. We got to go from January 4th. We got to move forward. So a question on the Mrs. Crumley, who is the treasurer right now. She is willing to stay for 1 month only, even at a higher. So you did mention that she would stay at twice her salary, just till the end of January, or is that something like a consulting fee?
Let's come back. Can we come back to that, Commissioner?
Can I answer his question?
No. I didn't mean to overlook you a moment ago. So did you want to talk, and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner, and I'll have something to say there.
I had one thing to add, that Mrs. Crumley is restricted to 80 hours for the month. So without having a treasurer here right now, some of that time is going to be devoted to keeping the county running, as far as the treasurer's position goes, and which means there'll be less time for training the further we get on in the month.
Well, is there a legal aspect of this, that we have X amount of time to put out a not a press release, but
we are going to put out a press release.
Yes. But I mean, as far as an application, do we have, as a county, do we have to say this can go out for 2 weeks, or can we say in 5 days we're gonna get your applications in? I mean,
there's no minimum amount of time the advertisements have to be out.
Okay.
It's up to the board. While there was a speaker slip turned in, I'd like to pass it to the chair.
Okay, whoop, you sound like we tore it. I'm sorry. We'll get to the public comment in just a moment here. I'd like to read something that I didn't get until, I think, New Year's Day or evening, or maybe it was the 30th. I had somebody give me a bad time that I take my mask off too roughly, and so it might spread things, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as accommodating and as agreeable as possible. Here's what, and this is a hard feelings that I think have been created in this whole thing, that I'm very sorry for, with the reputation that Terry Hanscom has, and to the degree it's been tainted by members of this board. I just really feel bad about that. But he sent this to the Board of Commissioners on the 22nd, and again, I didn't get it till the 29th or the 30th, even the 31st. It's addressed to John Jesuit. Please provide the commissioners and county commissioners with a copy of this email. Thank you, Terry C. Hanscom. To the Curry County Board of Commissioners. We shut that door, please. I've read the order of the Board of Commissioners emailed to me dated 17 December 2020. Some observations about the order. First, it has no order number. Second, it is only signed by one commissioner, Sue Gold. Commissioner Pash did not sign, and Commissioner Boyce wrote opposed. I can only conclude that the order is meaningless. I have also been assured by the Oregon Secretary of State's office that what I remembered as commissioner was correct, and that is that the Board of Commissioners have no authority to order any elected official, in my case, an elected official elect, to appear before them. I therefore decline their order to appear before them at this time. In another matter, I've been informed that an order of the Board of Commissioners appointing me Deputy Curry County Treasurer from late November exists. I have never been shown a copy of the order. I can only go on the assumption that it does exist. I hereby resign from the position of Deputy Curry County Treasurer effective this date, 22 December 2020. One more issue. I was dismayed to learn from the current treasurer that there has not been a deputy treasurer for about 2 years. This means that she has had no trained backup should she need to be gone for any reason. As I understand it, the majority of the Curry County Budget Committee, which includes the 3 commissioners, have not seen fit to properly staff the treasurer's office with qualified backup. I find this very disturbing, as the treasurer's office is one of, if not the most important offices, we seem to all agree on that, in county government, as it is handled all funds coming into passing through the county to other taxing districts. I strongly recommend the Board of Commissioners, plural, negotiate at once a consulting contract with the retiring treasurer to ensure a proper transition with the next treasurer. And I didn't see this again until late, and that's exactly what we did with Treasurer Crumley, whose term, sadly, expired last night at 11:59. Okay, and so she agreed to work. Thank goodness. That famous chair. Hang in, Mr. Byerly. And so we're talking about a higher rate of salary. The money that goes out of this place in a given time, not to mention I'm here full time, and I'm going to take my lumps for Mr. Hanscom's challenge that we let this get by without a deputy treasurer. Should not have happened. Having said that, I think we're in a confirming Commissioner Pass, you just said we have 2 applications in already. We don't know who's out there. We're not going to tell the voters to take whomever is left. We're in a 10-day process that I recommended in my opening remarks regarding this issue, and I think we're in very good shape, and I think we'll land on our feet. I think the applicants that are likely to apply are going to come to the rescue. A lot of CPA, treasurer, finance people, they don't like to go into an election. So, I think that if we get somebody that rolls up their sleeves and jumps in, it's not if, I'm convinced it will happen, and I'm anxious to do those interviews on the 15th. Back to the salary of the $75 an hour, that is a total bargain. There's no employment cost with that. So it's about a wash, okay? It's about a wash. So to keep saying, I think, that it's, squandered money, I have no doubt, Commissioner Pash, that you believe that this board is the board that should be making that choice. Not a board, you keep referring to 2 weeks. It was the 17th. And if he would have been handled a little bit different, I think he might still be here. But this board didn't treat him right. And that really is concerning to me. In fact, it's disturbing. And somebody with his character and all the assumptions, all the public comments that have been made, really, I think, tragic. So we have a process. That's what we're discussing today. I would like to request this board refine this press release. Let's see what happens. Let's see who applies. I think we'll be pleasantly surprised. Did you have something else? Okay, Commissioner Pash?
My question to you would be, who's going to be the treasurer on February 1st? And how will that treasurer be able to operate as treasurer without being properly trained to be a county government treasurer?
You know, I think you can come on up, Assessor Cohen, if you would, please. You know, we have some counties that care very much, some neighboring counties care very much about Curry County. And they will help any way they can. It's not an alarming thing. It's not the ship is sinking. It's simply a task that we need to do with responsible effort, and we're headed that direction. When we found out that we were potentially exposed without a treasurer on January 4th, I immediately went to the board and said, hey, we need to go from Mrs. Crumley being a treasurer to a deputy treasurer. So I think we're in good shape. No panic here. Mr. Cohen, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Cohen, Curry County Assessor, and really you just took the words out of my mouth, Chair Boyce. I've actually had, as a county assessor, we have an Oregon Assessors Association, and it's not uncommon to get a brand new assessor in there that's never worked in an assessor's office before. And the association pulls together. They've even got manuals on information that new assessors need to know. And we take them through a training period, try and help them out as much as possible. I know one of the past presidents of the State Treasurers Association, and I spoke to her about this because, you know, I could see that, I mean, while Curry County is not in an ideal situation, I just wanted to know whether or not they had similar backup, and truly, this situation is not new to county treasurers. They often have people that are elected that have never worked in a treasurer's office before. And they get together and they do what they can to pull them through. I mean, ideally, we'd have the current treasurer around for a longer period of time so she could work with whomever you select for the new treasurer to show them the keystrokes. But it sounds like many of the keystrokes are going to be changing anyway. What with the county's new, what do you call your new county?
NeoGov.
GeoGov.
Or OpenGov, sorry.
OpenGov. So at least moving forward, there's going to be some things that our current treasurer is not familiar with. And I don't know how much training she's out on that yet. So it may not be as much of an emergency or dire situation as all that. I think we can get there from here.
Mr. Colin, if I could.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, you just said a word that is very concerning to me. May not be as dire as we say, but there is a part of you that thinks it could be, isn't there?
There's nothing certain in this world, Commissioner Pash. You know that as well as I do.
Well, I just wanted to ask another question, if I could, in regards to Mr. Hanscom, because he, in conversation with me, relayed to me that he felt you were putting a lot of pressure on him to not resign until the first of, or until actually this morning.
Mr. Pash, are we going to hash over this continuous?
I don't mind taking that question.
Okay.
Because
do I not have a right as a county commissioner, an elected
You're
official
finger
as
pointing,
you
and
are?
I wish you would just
I'm not finger
please,
pointing.
sir,
I'm asking him
stop
a question.
making accusations that are
Don't tell me what I'm making.
Third party.
Don't tell me what I'm making. He said it to me directly in conversation that Jim was putting pressure on him to not do anything until January 4th. So all I'm trying to say is, I'm asking Mr. Colin, did he make that up, or is that a fact? Did you converse with him about his resignation and possibly when and how to do it?
I will tell you that, yes, I had a conversation with Commissioner Hanscom after I heard you relate your conversation with him. And he said to me that he didn't say those words to you, the way you characterized them. Now, I did talk to Commissioner Hanscom after he expressed some concerns about carrying on with his office. And yes, absolutely, I expressed some concerns about having the then Board of Commissioners making the choice for the new county commissioner or county treasurer position. And it appears to me that that concern was justified in as much as it appears that you were looking to appoint yourself county treasurer.
Never.
So how ethical would have that been?
Never said I wanted to appoint myself as county treasurer. I said in an emergency, if we couldn't find a treasurer, I would step down as county commissioner and become the treasurer, or do it on a temporary basis until one was found, because I probably had more financial experience than anyone else in the room. That's all I said. I never said I wanted to be treasurer. I said I would do it if it was necessary, temporary or permanent. Never said I wanted to be treasurer.
Well, and you said some things about former Commissioner Hanscom's conversation with you that also don't bear out to be true.
I will say, and I will say this, and you can give me a lie detector test. He told me that Jim and others were putting pressure on him to not resign until he was sworn. And I will take a lie detector test to that. If you'd like me to, I will sit for one, sir. I worry more about what he thinks of me up there than what you think of me here, sir. I won't lie in this, under testimony and oath, something that I've got to face him for later. I won't do it.
So,
I have a higher power I answer to.
We understand, and you've referenced that quite often. Commissioner Pash, several times you've said that you would be glad to be treasurer. You were seeking that position. I think with
You're putting words in my mouth. I never said the word seeking. Don't put words in my mouth.
We can go, okay, fair enough. What I want to communicate to the citizens here, that would be highly unethical, and with your financial background, that $30 million needs to be tremendously guarded from you. And I
point of order.
Like giving it to the Chinese for somebody you didn't even know, that found out they were illegal?
You are next, sir, Mr. Council.
Well, we have an item on the process of replacing the treasurer, and I know this conversation was to get Commissioner Herzog perhaps up to speed on the current situation. Commissioner Herzog, do you need any more information in order of the background in order to discuss the next steps going forward? So I think if we can, just talk about the replacement concept.
I'm going to welcome Clerk Renee Colin. Come up to the podium if you would, please.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to catch the whole meeting, but I think I've heard a couple, Renee Colin, County Clerk for the record.
Thank you.
A couple of comments about the election process, so I'm here to answer any questions about a vacancy in office and what the procedure and the laws are. I just got the phone with the Secretary of State's office, and I spoke with everyone, I believe, in that office who has the history and the knowledge on how an appointment and a vacancy works. So I'm not sure what I heard, but if we have a vacancy for an elected position, that vacancy then is, as long as we have a resignation, the resignation shall be filed with the clerk. I'm not sure exactly, I haven't seen it yet. And then the resignation process begins after the third day of the date that you received that resignation, third business day, I believe.
So, Clerk Colin, that would be today, I believe.
I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
I haven't got to my emails. I've been out of the office last week, so I haven't caught up with my emails. So I think what I heard, I want to make it clear that the position, the treasurer's position, is to go onto an election where the voters are going to vote for this position. So the commissioners will fill by appointment until the next applicable election, which is going to be May of 2022. And then that appointment is only up until that election, so it'll only be less than 2 years. And then on that ballot, that treasurer position would be elected to a 4-year term. So I wanted to.
Could be.
No.
No. Not could be. That the election will be, so when you make your appointment, It's going only up until the next applicable election, and that's state law, and I've confirmed that with the Secretary of State's office, the Elections Division. And then that position, when it goes on the ballot, will be for a 4-year term.
Okay, I got you.
Clerk Cullen, stay there if you don't mind, please. Thank you for adjusting the microphones. I have a quick question for you. When you said you spoke to different people in the Secretary of State's office, there was no ambiguity or any confusion with you on a kind of a unified response to your questions within the Secretary of State's office?
We've done many appointments throughout the decades, and it's the same process we've been using. Whether it's been appointment to sheriff's position, whether it's appointment to the treasurer's position, whether it's appointment to the surveyor. So this is just processes that we've already used for decades.
Do you think we should be panicked?
I'm just here to talk about the process.
Okay. Council Huddle, please.
So I just wanted, one of the items, if the board so says on the press release would say how long this appointment term would run for. And what I'm understanding you saying is that the expiration of this appointment would be due to a May election in 2022.
Correct.
So then I wanted to follow up with that. You said at that election it would be a 4-year term.
Correct.
But then are you telling me then that the county treasurer would be off cycle of all the other
Correct.
general elections?
Correct. And that happens, that's something that happens depending on when the vacancies occur.
Okay. All right. But regardless, and then, so for now, the most they could appoint someone would be to May 22nd.
Correct, so that the people have,
All right.
it needs to be an election.
Do you have the statute on that?
And an AG ruling. And
AG ruling?
This is not new territory.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Pash?
Clerk Cullen, I'm just wondering, is that for the primary in May, or does that, and then go on the November
Correct.
ballot?
Okay.
Same process.
That's what I wanted to make sure of, is that it's, in May it would be someone would be nominated in the primaries, and then they would get a general vote.
That would depend on who all, it depends on, these are
You get
constitutional offices, and the clerk, the sheriff, and the treasurer operate a little differently, so it depends on who files, how many are filing, so that's to be determined.
Right, and that's what I thought, is it would be the normal, it would go on to the normal
you're
general
correct.
election if you get more than 2 people and no 50%.
The Constitution says those positions have to be elected in the November, but you would first go through the primary to get to the November.
That's
And
what I thought.
anybody has any questions about the process, I'd appreciate if you'd contact me. I've not been contacted by the board regarding any of this matter, so I would appreciate it if you would kind of keep me up to
There's an
speed on
exception
what's
to
going
that. You did verify with me by telephone on the April 20, excuse
No,
me.
the board, the official board has not been, I have
Okay.
not had any.
But you've been accessible, which I appreciated. Very helpful. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm on call all the time. I've got my cell phone with me.
Okay.
Don't walk away yet, because I got
Okay.
a question for Renee, if that's.
Go ahead, Commissioner Herzog.
So timing-wise, do you have a preference or a recommendation? So right now, Commissioner Boyce is saying, was it 2 weeks?
10 days would
10
be,
days?
the application would close on Thursday, January 14th, assuming we get agreement, consensus today.
You know, that's up to you. The board has precedent. You can take a look at some of your notices that you've done in the past and what timeline that you've given based on other appointments that you've needed to fill up based on vacancies that you've had. You know, I will say with the elected positions, we are elected. We are not employees. I know your processes can be different, and I know that through the transition process of one elected official versus a new elected official, there's not always the luxury of having somebody sit down next to you and learn what you do for a couple of weeks. You know, I'm not sure how that would be if a newly elected commissioner wanted to sit down with Commissioner Pash after they were elected for a couple of weeks or a month to figure out how it goes. You just kind of have to hit the ground running as an elected, and you're just going to have to know what you're doing.
But they will be appointed, not elected.
You're appointing them to an elected position, so they are elected.
They're elected, okay.
They have the right of any other, of all of an elected.
All right.
And that's just from my years of experience, and hopefully we can move forward in a process that we've used for decades.
So deep breath. Time just to contemplate. Council Huddle, did you have anything else?
No, if I wanted to follow up, I guess, with the clerk then, and it seemed like Commissioner Herzog, clarification was that this person would have the rights of electeds. In other words, once this appointment is made, you could not unappoint this person. It would only be, is that correct then? For instance, there would have to be some statutory basis for removal, just as the board can't unappoint the clerk or unappoint
Right, the
somebody else.
statute's clear on what defines what causes a vacancy.
So they would, okay, so that's just some clarification as well for your appointment decision. This is not a person, for instance, myself, you can remove, any of these other people you can remove, but this would have a status of an elected official, so you could not then, if you decided, oh, we don't want that person, you couldn't remove them. So there's some, finality or some limited finality to this decision.
So, anything else? Any other questions? I'm going to open up to the public here now because I think this is a very important issue, just needless to say. Thank you, Clerk Colin. So we're going to go to David Barnes, please.
Good morning, David Barnes. I am a finance professional. I've been so for years. I've trained and learned over a dozen different financial software packages over time. I've mastered many of them, in an amount of time. And while I have the utmost respect for Assessor Colin, I cannot strongly enough urge you that this is an emergency. This is a hair-on-fire emergency. You have 43 special districts, you have numerous contracts, you have other obligations that the Treasurer's Office must meet on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. For you to wait until January 14th to close the application process, start your interviews the following week on the 18th, which is a holiday. If you hire somebody, the best chance you have of hiring somebody is to start on probably January the 25th, which will give them 5 days, 10 hours total training time to be in charge of all of the finances of Curry County. That is incredibly unfair to that person. It's unfair to Ms. Crumley that she does not have a replacement lined up who she is actively training so that she can feel good about leaving her job that she has worked for years now, knowing that there is someone in there who can do her job when she leaves. I would ask that you expedite this process. If you're going to do this, put out an RFA today, take applications until Friday, and make a decision, have interviews on Monday and make a decision and get somebody put in that office. You're cutting this way, way, way close here. And, when you have schools that don't get their money, when you have special districts that don't get their money on the 1st of February, whatever date it is that they get their distributions, you're going to have a lot of people calling here and a lot of people upset. Somebody needs to know how to do that come February the 1st. And I would really hope you would expedite the matter and not you don't have all the time in the world. Thank you.
Anybody else in the public that would want to comment?
Real quick. It's been my experience too, when I go to hire somebody, I give them a conditional offer, and it's usually 2 weeks before, because they have to give a letter of resignation to their employer, and usually it's a 2-week turnaround. So you're looking at all of January to get somebody hired, probably the end of January, if that.
Anyone else? Nancy Sue Rose, please.
Nancy Sue Rose, I again suggest that you hire Neckerton. She is qualified. Hanscom even, as we are reminded, Hanscom even said in the League of Women Voters Forum to hire her because she is the one who is qualified. She ran for the position. She started running for the position very early, and she has shown that she is capable. Thank you.
Thank you. So, board, this is a small county. I think the word's out. Subject to Mr. Barnes' recommendation. As we look at a calendar here, and on the assumption we're able to come to agreement on, for lack of a better term, refining or even perfecting our press release, I come into the meeting today pretty convinced that we would be in agreement to send this out this afternoon, which is the 4th. I got it on the agenda the second I heard from regarding Mr. Herzog's, Mr. Hanscom's decision. And so this is the 4th, so if we went Monday the 11th or even Thursday the 10th, Council, there would be no legal minimum days, I would assume, to have these applications out, or
No,
notice to the public.
It's board discretion.
So can we go a 6-day notice? We could close it on Thursday, the 14th. The 4 at 7.
How about this Friday, the 8th?
Let's see, what is today's the 4th?
Well, the
4 days
issue
makes
is,
me a little nervous.
Well, the issue there is you issue a press release. There's a publication lag. They need to have the information in a certain amount of time in order to publish.
Just to point out, if you were to close it on Friday, you could have interviews on Monday and appoint at your meeting next week.
And again, I don't, if you put it out in a press release, I think one of the papers only gets printed on Friday. I think they're Wednesday, Friday prints. I deal with them on a infrequent basis, but I know they have publication dates. And I understand the urgency, absolutely, but there's also, again, some degree of finality on this decision, and you may want to actually leave it open in case there's other applicants who, again, I don't know, it's a question, but really it's all up to the board discretion to what your deadline is, when you do your interviews, when you do your replacement, and keeping in mind the needs of the county.
I'm going to recommend, did you have something?
I do.
Commissioner Herzog.
So I hate to bring this back up, but so she is definitely gone on the end of January. She will not stay for extra.
I have confidence that if we do our job and find that person, that she'd be willing to stay a little bit longer. She cares very much about this county, so I think your question is very good. I can't speak for her, obviously, but I would go in with more optimism than pessimism on that. Commissioner Pash.
Commissioner Herzog, in conversation with her last Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm not sure exactly what day it was, I learned from that conversation that she told me that she was originally intending to only stay a maximum of 2 weeks. And she said the 30th of January is the absolute, no matter what, walk out the door date. And that's what she told me. Of course, I've been told that I don't say things as I describe, so you may want to go ask her the facts, but that's what she told me.
So who was the treasurer prior to Mrs. Crumley?
Goes back to Izzy Brock, or even, back to...
Do we have anybody that...
I think where we need to be focused right now, in my view, hang on, Sheriff, be right there, is perfecting this press release and figuring out if we can do a 4-day, 6-day, what time frame would be fair to the public. Initially going in, I thought 10 days would be minimum, but I've got a different perspective on that now, and I see that we don't have legal concerns there for properly notifying the public. The word's already out, so I'm not, although, Council, you mentioned a paper cycle there, that's a big one. Sheriff, go ahead.
Real quick, I did have a conversation with Debbie in her office last Friday, and I was hoping to maybe persuade her to stay a little longer, but she said absolutely not. Okay. Her husband says there's no way that she will be staying any past January, so she was pretty adamant that she wasn't going to stay.
Okay.
Let's do this, and let's, I'm going to remain faithful that she might change her mind. This has been a very stressful thing for her too, unfortunately, and if I had any part in that, which I don't think I did, I feel really sincerely bad about that. So let's close the applications, 5 o'clock Thursday. No, 3 o'clock Thursday, the 7th. That'll give us 2 hours to set up interviews for Friday. Do I have the dates right there? The 6th, 7th? No. 7th. Excuse me. We would close at 3 o'clock on the 8th. Is that a Thursday?
It's a Friday.
So on the 7th, we'll close at 3 o'clock. We'll have interviews on Friday the 8th. I'm not saying that's what we're doing. I'm presenting that to the board as a hopeful option and agreeable approach.
That's pretty quick, and I like it. So.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Council Huddle, and then we need to talk about the press release.
Sure. So board interviews on the 8th would be a special meeting. So the board would have to, do me. What? Yeah. Okay, just making sure.
So the idea is to do the interviews on the 8th, not set them
Friday
up on
the
the
8th.
8th? Okay.
Yep. Staff Jesuit, are you okay in comprehending that? Oh, sure. Thank you.
Would the appointment be on the 8th?
I would assume he'd go into the executive session immediately following the interviews.
Well, the interviews could be, I think, done in executive session. Anyway, I'll just asking a question, that's all.
Assessor Cullen, please come up to the microphones.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, yeah. The time as well.
Jim Cullen, County Assessor. I don't know whether or not part of the process that you'd want to consider would be background checks, but I think it's certainly permissible in this. Certainly after you've appointed somebody to be the treasurer, as we've heard, they have the same rights and responsibilities as other elected officials. But in this process, it especially in as much as you're having somebody work with the county's investments, a background check seems advisable. And that'll take a couple extra days, but likely it could be done by your next scheduled commissioners meeting on the 13th.
Thank you. And yes, that was part of my original submission to the board that I gave to Mr. Rickert. And so, I mean, that's a must for me because this is our reputation that's on the line. So we have to really make sure we're doing our homework and appointing the best possible person we can find and be aggressive about that. Commissioner Herzog.
Just wondering, does anybody know how long it takes to do a background check? Because I know in my previous job for housing, I could do it, in 15, 20 minutes, and it went. But that was, that's credit, that's everything. So I don't know, for employment, if that's a longer process or who does those? Brad, do you know?
HR would do them.
HR?
We would do the hire, and then subject to passing the background check.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Rickert.
And typically, it seems to take a few days, two or 3 days, sometimes longer though.
Okay. Sheriff.
Just on that topic, it takes us about a week because of all the people that we have to talk to. The background itself is pretty extensive when it comes to our requirements. Yeah. So it's probably different from what the county requires, but we do a very extensive background, and it takes about a week time it gets it all put together.
Okay. Stay up there, Sheriff, if you don't mind. I'm used to raising my hand. How do we run that through your system?
We don't.
No way it can happen.
No.
But the extensive part that you do,
we can't do it.
And if somebody
we do a criminal history check on ours, but it has to be, we have to be authorized to do so, and it's employment within the sheriff's office for certified positions. We can do some minor things, but I have a detective that can do that, but not any criminal history checks.
Would you be willing to help us on that? If we had, assuming we have 2 or 3 applicants. Because we need all the information we can get. This is.
Well, like I said, it's. I don't know if I really want to get stuck in the middle of that.
But you want a treasurer that is absolutely squeaky clean, I assume.
Well, they need to be clean.
Yeah.
I'll guarantee you that for what we do. I don't want to get into a situation where my detectives are now investigating somebody for fraud or embezzlement or something like that. So.
Well, it's a small county, so we might lean on you a little bit, and you can say yes or no.
Well, at this point, I really don't want to get involved in that portion because we've never done it before.
I think any applicants need to know that we're pretty serious about this. That is just my view. Mr. Rickard?
HR does have a background check process that or a company that they use, same company that I was put through. I'm pretty sure they have some different levels that we can set to be more extensive or less extensive. So without using the sheriff's system, I think we can accomplish a good, meaningful background check that will reveal the information we're looking for.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Herzog.
Question for John. So in your history, have you hired somebody and put them on the road prior to that end of that, or, what am I trying to say?
The background process?
Yeah. You have.
We've given conditional offers to people, but it's contingent on the completing a background check, drug test, and the whole works.
They'd never be in the position.
No.
So we couldn't either.
Well, you could. It's a lot different
because they got to go into training for a while first.
Okay.
And you're still going to have your normal treasurer for a period of time after.
So that wouldn't. That we wouldn't lose those days then, right? Okay. Thank you, sir.
So do we have enough to get done here? Are you okay, Council Huddle?
Yeah, you're just working on the deadlines, is that correct, and the schedule?
I believe, but I'm not sure we had a consensus on that.
Okay, JJ and we're going to work on the press release on the date of the application deadline and the interview date and time and place.
The press release will the radio stations will broadcast it. The newspapers, they publish on Fridays. So if we're interviewing on Thursday, or we're closing it on Thursday, it's not going to work for the newspapers. So,
and that's a really good point.
But Huddle said, I'm sorry, that handsome Mr. John Huddle said that the board doesn't have to have any kind of time frame.
I wonder if we can we do the interviews on Monday? It'd be hard to schedule them. We'd have to, if the pilot comes out on Friday, the 8th, and we get applications, make it noon or 1, something like that on the 8th, and then set up the interviews on Monday, which would be the 11th, right? I don't think we want to skip the pilot.
Yeah.
So I think you might have just caught something there, both you and Council Huddle, Staff Jesuit. Discussion on that? Agreement?
Well, did you already agree you're going to have a meeting on the 13th?
No.
Oh,
excuse me. We are having a general meeting on the 13th, or we're going to discuss that, I think. I don't think we actually determined that yet.
Well, yeah, that's right. I'm not sure where we went on that.
So that's coming up on the agenda.
Interviews and the appointment the same day. I'm just wondering on the 13th.
I don't mind having extra meetings for something this important. we're here to work, so that's all.
That would give you time to at least have the ad run on Friday.
So close it on 1 o'clock Friday. No?
I'd close it. I'd have the ad run Friday. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of my realm here, but I'm just trying to help move this thing along. The board could consider, if you're going to have the newspaper advertisement that publishes Friday, then you could close the applications 5 p.m. Monday and then have your interviews and appointments 2 days after that on Thursday, or on Wednesday, excuse me.
I follow what you're saying, but that's 2 days we lose. So make it Friday, 5 o'clock, have a special meeting on Monday, 10 o'clock in the morning, or you could make it 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And presumably the applications would be in by Monday, and we'll gain those 2 days. That would be my preference, folks. Commissioner Pash?
I know when I get my newspaper, the Friday publication is not delivered to my news box until Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I just recommended would take care of that then. Oh, it wouldn't because of Friday. Then we could make it excuse me, we could make it 10 o'clock Monday morning and set up interviews Tuesday afternoon. If somebody wants the job, they'll make a way to get here, I would think. So Monday afternoon application and interviews. Hopefully we're going to have a dozen. Commissioner Pash?
I would suggest also that the press release, that expiration time and date be in big bold letters so that everyone knows that you may be reading this today, but it is expiring on Monday or whatever date you choose, so that they're not thinking they have a week to go and do this.
I'm gonna read the press release, and I want the board or council or Director Rickert to feel like interrupt me at any point, or just make notes with something you're uncomfortable with, and we'll find where it is. I've made some other notes, but I think we basically covered that already today. For immediate publication, the Board of Curry County Commissioners is seeking qualified applicants for the vacant position of Curry County Treasurer. Must be able to fulfill the duties of County Treasurer in ORS Chapter 208. Further duties and desired qualifications may include, but are not limited to, approves accounts payable, claims of county departments, responsible for safekeeping of county funds, oversees investments of county funds, performs accounting duties requiring knowledge of an extensive body of accounting. Whoop, scrolled up too far. Procedures and techniques to work with a total accounting system responsible for reviewing work from other departments of sources and verifying its accuracy. Maintain the control records for all transactions affecting the fund balances in all county funds, trusts, suspense, and taxing district accounts. Assure accurate recording, balancing, and classification of all financial transactions to proper accounts in accordance with county procedures and state regulations. Verify the amounts of money deposited by various county departments and taxing districts. Receipt same. Whoever wrote this did good. Crediting the proper fund and budget item. Coordinate, confer with, and resolve problems with data processing department relating to technical and programming aspects of accounting functions. Participate in the design of reports. Provide, almost halfway guys, difficult and involved balances, verifications, reconciliations, and audit reports as required. Assure completeness and accuracy of records and summaries of financial transactions and investments in compliance with government accounting standards boards. Coordinate and he gives a number. Coordinate and cooperate with outside auditors as required during period audits of the county's financial records. Create, develop, and maintain multiple complex computer spreadsheets for functions which are not available on the main accounting system. Design reports, analyze problem areas, and reconcile receipt entry into the accounting system. Respond to inquiries from the public, county departments, and taxing districts regarding functions of the Treasurer's Office. Record requests for money and follow the procedure for direct deposit to checking accounts of taxing districts responsible for retaining records for the Treasurer's Office in compliance with Archives Division of Oregon Administrative Rules. The rest of it is the contact information. Does anybody have anything they want to change, amend, add, clarify? So you want to step to the mic there, Mr. Byerland?
Steve Byerland. Something I've been listening through this, there'd be no chance for anybody to be able to mail an application in. Because it'd be on Friday, it couldn't get here, by Monday at 10 a.m.
So we should include that.
So it'd have to be an electronic response, And also, I would urge you to go until 5 o'clock on Monday. That gives somebody an opportunity to take care of it. I don't want you losing those, 7 hours or whatever that you might have lost, But it is a little more fair to anybody who is looking at applying. I know if I was going to apply for something, I'd have to talk over with my wife before I did it, So, but I just think about that, I think 5 o'clock Monday would be probably the earliest that I would suggest, So.
Thank you very much. So let's discuss that. We could have a special meeting on Tuesday. It is going to take staff a little bit of time to set up these interviews, so that's not a given. So I don't. Again, my preference would be maybe to go to Monday at 2 o'clock and then set up to have the interviews on Tuesday, and we could make a decision on Tuesday, which would be, let's see, it'd be the 12th, I think, isn't it? Is that right? Yes. Okay, thank you. Part of the job requirement be to report to work the next day. So, anything else on the press release that should be considered for amendment?
I did like Chris's, you know, put that in bold letters, especially the part, you know, the dates and times and, you know, that bottom part, I guess, that bottom paragraph.
And agreed in bold also, if we have agreement, that take the sole mailing address out and make it electronic.
Yep.
So we're in agreement on that. Or hand deliver. The physical address is here. Staff Jesuit, what do you think?
Looks good.
So I need a motion. And it's okay if you don't repeat everything word for word. We'll want to make sure that we all understand exactly where we're going here. Director Rickard?
So to be clear, we're looking at Monday at 5 o'clock, the application deadline. There's been a lot of dates and times.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. With interviews being scheduled on Tuesday at some time.
And could we, excuse me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Done.
So could we add in the press release that interviews will be conducted immediately following the deadline on Tuesday and set a time now?
The deadline you said is Monday.
Monday.
Excuse me, for the interviews, set a time for Tuesday. So they know that they've got to jump right on it.
So my question is, the difference between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock on Monday, is it, I'm not.
We could start, yeah, that 3 hours would give staff time to set up the interviews for
gotcha.
Tuesday instead of, that would at least give them a half a day to say, yeah, I got to be in Gold Beach tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wherever they're from.
And
Imagine we're going to have a lot of people from Agnes Supply.
And we're meeting that Wednesday already, so there's an advantage of 24 hours to have another meeting and do that.
I understand where you're going, but yeah, I'd like to save that one day, and we could even introduce them that day, and again, subject to background checks. That's how it works. Do you have anything else, Council Huddle?
Nope.
It could give us over 3 weeks with the current treasurer. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Assuming they can start right away.
What's that?
Assuming they can start right away.
Yeah. Commissioner Pash?
Almost.
And again, this is what I don't understand, why this couldn't have been done 2-3 weeks ago, and we could have had someone in place already, ready to go, and they could have given their notice at their employment, had plenty of time to do the process. This should have been done weeks ago. That's my comment.
Well, you keep saying weeks. It was just the 17th, so that's, what, 10 days?
2 weeks ago, we knew more than 2 weeks ago that that past Commissioner Hanscom was not going to be the treasurer.
We couldn't do anything until we had a vacancy. We
Yes,
know
we could.
that. We know
ORS,
that.
ORS
Oh,
236.325.
Gentlemen, we can't go back. Move forward.
I thought we were. I really thought we were. You had a closing comment there. So, yeah, I think we got a good program. I just don't want the public to think we squandered 2 weeks here. We couldn't do anything without a vacancy, and we've got a good plan in place, and we have lots of optimism. I'm sure we're going to get some very qualified applicants. Thank you, Board.
And you're misquoting what the truth is all I'm saying. Okay. We could have, per ORS, and I want this on the record, 236.325. We could have moved forward. You shouldn't be telling the public that we couldn't. We could move forward in case there was an absence, the ORS clearly states. And if the absence didn't happen, then the other person took his office and we moved on. This could have been done weeks ago. That's all I have to say.
And I'm gonna conclude with this. We can talk about your reference to 236 till we're blue in the face. We did not have a vacancy. We do now. We've immediately responded, and you made it clear on November 4th, sir, that the outgoing board should not bind the incoming board elected by the people to a decision made in 2020. So I'm not misleading the public. To the contrary, I don't tell whoppers like you do.
Excuse me?
Listen, I'm going to make a motion here to approve that
Thank you.
press release and with the changes and...
Yeah, what? What was that comment? I'm going to tell you, Commissioner, I'm not going to tolerate your continue berating me in a public meeting. That little snide comment you just did, I will not tolerate it.
You just got through
You
saying
keep doing this. You've been doing it now for months.
Excuse me, no.
And you will stop doing it.
No, you're the one that just said I was misleading the public. I'm tired of you telling things that are
Go
not
back
true.
to the video and look at the video.
Hey,
You're
So
acting
here we
like
go.
a
Are you going to make a
six-year-old.
motion? Oh, yeah. Okay. Nice comment. It's not going to work, sir.
Motion is to approve this press release with the updated times, and if you need to, counsel, you can read those. But,
I guess the date is what is it,
We need to just, we almost need a
5?
chalkboard so we could put it all out there.
So the deadline for the applications to be in is what, 2 p.m. on Monday? 2 p.m. on Monday, the 11th, and then interviews to be scheduled at 2 p.m. on the 12th?
If that's Tuesday,
Okay.
correct? Thank you.
And and then they can be sent in electronically.
And we need to remind them that be ready to set a schedule for the Tuesday. Now, did we set a time? Just verifying there. For the Tuesday interview through executive sessions.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Can we do 10 o'clock?
Oh,
Maybe we could do the afternoon. What's the consensus?
I thought
there?
we had 2 p.m. But
Do you recall? We're gaining.
We hadn't really said.
Okay, Staff Jesuit, do you know?
Sorry, everyone.
Hang on.
So the interviews, so the press release will say application deadline 2 p.m. Monday, January 11th, and then the interviews will be 2 p.m. or Tuesday, January 12th, or 10 a.m. January 12th.
And Council Huddle, I'm going to ask you, what kind of time should we allow so staff to be prepared for each interview? Is 30 minutes?
better
too much?
question for Rickard or Jesuit, honestly.
Okay. What do you,
Julie Swift, your press release, Commissioner, mentioned Julie Swift. Is she be involved in this process?
certainly.
She might be getting the applications then.
Well, that is on the original press release, but we didn't change that. We didn't amend that.
Yeah, all applications should go through her. She can forward them to me, and I can send them to the board
Okay.
for prior.
This was based on our past practice of replacing appointed or elected.
So let's set for 2 o'clock on Tuesday the 12th for the interviews. Is that okay?
Sure. Do we want to include in the application notice that we want an immediate start date, and when do we want a start date?
How would you categorize or characterize that?
Well, you would just put in must be able to start immediately, or must be able to start by X date.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys would say what that is.
So this is all being included in your motion, Commissioner Herzog. Yeah, I agree. So how do we fill in the blanks so that we do our best job there?
I think we need to leave it open and just say for immediate.
For immediate start date?
Yeah, immediate start date. Don't put because we don't know the applicants who are applying. We don't know what their availability is. One might be available a week from next week. Another one might be available 2 days from next week.
But we'll know all that in the interview, and that would be something we would
We'll
ask.
find all that out.
Okay.
So keep it a little more open.
Commissioner Rhodes, hi.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. George Rhodes, business person in Brookings, Oregon. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, George.
Commissioner. Glad to see you here. I would recommend that the board consider maybe, I know this is a critical issue, but it's also critical that you get the right person in the job. And you're making this sort of limited. So what if your best candidate comes in, let's say, and already has a job and can't be here for 2 weeks? What's the board then going to do? They're going to go to a lesser candidate? So you're assuming that whoever applies for this job is going to be available to start right away. And that's not a very good assumption, I would think, given the fact that I would want to see the best representative offered a position to do the job. So while this is critical, I think the assessor had a good point. I do know that there's assistance out there from my previous time serving on the board that can help the county through this process, and it would behoove you all to consider haste makes waste. Be careful, do a good job of doing interviews, and get the right person for the job. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need to close this. I agree with you there, but I think taking this through Tuesday interviews, you know, noise to charge. So we can follow through, and if we don't get one that we are really confident in on Tuesday, the 12th, we may have to regroup. I don't think we're going to go there. And the language you used a minute ago, I thought was almost perfect. The available start date, you didn't say immediate, but you worded it well. I'd like to write that down, actually.
I think I did say immediately.
Okay.
And not to put an actual date in there, but immediately leaves it a little more open.
Okay. So we all have agreement on that, right? Go ahead, Commissioner.
The word negotiable might be a good word in there too.
Yeah.
I think we'll just leave it at immediate. So if they want to hop on board, that you know, I don't see this as haste, but I do believe we need to be on guard for that. Absolutely, and we'll know more after do the interviews. So is the motion clear for everybody? Good job. I don't see any heads. No. You want to repeat it? Can you, Staff Jesuit?
Motion by Commissioner Herzog. I don't have a second. I'd imagine.
You're not going to get a second till we get clarification, I don't think.
Well, and it's for the press release to run immediately, and with applications to close at 2 p.m. on Monday the 11th, and interviews to be conducted at 2 p.m. on Tuesday the 12th. And the start date would be immediate, well, pending background check.
And so noted in the updated press release to conclude the motion.
Yeah, it'll be updated press release, which can get out tonight, and it should make the Friday papers. And of course, it'll make the radio stations. It might even make a TV station.
Well, I commend everybody for staying with this and wrestling it out and getting it done, and good days coming. So do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Pash. John, Jesuit? Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Yes.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Next item, parliamentary procedure. You know, really what I wanted to do there is just move forward, and you know, you can do Robert's Rules of Order, but we don't have anything specific that this board has ever adopted, that is adopted since I've been here, to be more in the interest of clarification. But you know, we've gone the whole day. I haven't had to call a point of order, which is a good sign for 2021. So, you know, I put this more under discussion. It says action item, but I don't think we're ready to vote on that. But if we have a consensus, we can move staff into bringing, you know, an order on this topic. I think it would be a good thing to do. And I gave you information there that we could all study. We've all served on different boards. You know, this is what I did on the Marine Board, clear back in 2002 and 3 as chairman, and it worked well. And we don't have to be hypersensitive to it, but I think it's just a good program to move forward and try and conduct our meetings as professional as we possibly can, and yeah, go into the next year. So any discussion on that? So can we have staff, do we have an agreement? Did you have something, Commissioner Herzog?
No.
Okay. So we have staff agreement to bring back an order, and do we want to do Robert's Rules of Order? I mean, that's the most customary, the most popular, the easiest to understand. Can we get that done? Commissioner Pash?
I thought we were already doing Robert's Rules of Order. Basically, that's what we said 2 years ago.
We didn't vote on it. So, and I don't know if any of us, frankly, were particularly good at it, following that procedure. I'm not pointing a finger. I'm as guilty as anyone else. But is it time, or is it a benefit to this board and to the citizens to say, you know, we want to learn, we want to grow, we want to move forward. So to answer your question, I think it needs to be highlighted. I think it needs to be updated. Commissioner Herzog?
What I've seen is that you're running under Robert's rules right now. This is exactly the way we do it at Coos Curry Electric, the board. And it is, I've been to classes for the co-op on, and there's actually a really good email lady that does Jurassic Parliament, and she makes it like, I don't know if anybody ever seen it. She makes it easy to understand, because there is a lot to it, and but you know, mainly it's just being respectful, and that's what we need to work on, gentlemen. Is just, you know.
Do you have a recommendation? Do you want to make this a little more official?
If the board has never adopted Robert's Rules of Order, I would make a motion that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order, and then we need to hire somebody from John Ward's staff with a taser when we get out of line to zap us. Or if it lets me, I would take the taser, and I would be the zapper.
So you volunteer and let us do me?
Yeah. No, hopefully it never has to come to that. But yeah, I would make a motion that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order as a board procedures.
Commissioner Pash?
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to bring it back next week for our meeting so I can review the Robert's Rules of Order again, and then we can vote on it next week. That'd be great.
That's fine with me.
I'm going to second your motion just so we don't load up on any additional. We can read it between now and then, and it'll be a good incentive before the next meeting. So I second that motion unless you decide to withdraw. And I'd get it done today.
Let's withdraw till next week.
Okay.
That's my.
Or we could approve it now and then put it on the consent agenda, and if there's an issue with the Rules of Order, then we could remove it from the consent agenda.
I'm fine with that.
That makes it easier?
Completely start your motion over again. I think I'm in agreement with that recommendation.
All right. So move the first motion.
Back to the first motion.
Back to
I'll second that.
I don't think that's proper Rules of Order, but anyway.
But we're going to put it on the consent agenda for approval at that point.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. As amended.
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? Roll call, Mr. Jesuit.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
This is a tough one. No.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, quickly moving on to proposal for agenda sequence. Do you have that in front of you by chance, Commissioner Herzog?
Yeah.
You do, okay. How much time you want to spend on this? I think that...
Sorry.
It's okay?
That's okay.
This is also moving us into 2021. The red are the recommendations. Gives the commissioners a maximum of 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. The only thing I would change on that is consider putting public comments as number 3. That way, if people are on a tight time schedule, and sometimes too, number 5, the agenda amendment changes tend to drag on. It just depends. So in the interest of respecting the public's time, that would be the only thing I reviewing this a second time or third time, whatever, was really consider having the public comments just prior to the commissioner comments, which is not the same as commissioner updates towards the end of the meeting. So I'm looking for discussion here.
My hand is up, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Pash.
I don't know as we need to make commissioner comments in the beginning of a meeting. That's just my opinion. Our updates and reports at the end of the meeting, I think are pretty broad, and we can at that point discuss anything. I think the latitude that I allowed since I've been commissioner on any commissioner comments could remain as with yourself as board chair to allow that latitude to discuss anything. So I don't know why we would need to be redundant in having commissioner comments in the beginning. I do agree that public comments need to stay at the beginning of a meeting. We've got handicapped that have to come here. We've got people that have other things to plan their day. So if we put those comments near the end of the meeting, they don't know how long they're going to have to sit here before they can make their comments. At least leaving it in the beginning of the meeting, the public knows about what time they're going to be required to be here. As far as conflicts, I mean, if any of us have a conflict, we can announce that on the discussion item. I don't know if we need to give a conflict, and I mean, that's probably minimal. The other question I would have is financial reports. We do a quarterly financial report now. I think the burden that would put on staff, on our limited staff, and again, with the treasurer's situation the way it is, especially currently, I'm afraid that a lot of the treasurer duties could fall onto the finance department if you have a treasurer that is not qualified or fully up to speed on that position. Finance is going to be pushed on to push a lot of their the normal treasurer things through their department. So to put the additional financial report on, at a minimum, I would ask you to bring this back in a quarter or in our fiscal year 21-22, because this is going to be a burden on our finance department, learning the new software programs, the possible treasurer issues, the reporting that they currently have to do now. We're in the middle of a final audit on another year. To put the additional stress on a finance department and learning a new software program on top of it it's just, to me, is not necessary when we're going to have a report in another 2 or 3 weeks anyway on where we are now. So,
Commissioner Rickard. Sorry, Director Rickard.
I would have to agree with Commissioner Pash on the financial reports. It will put an undue burden on current limited finance staff. I've also never worked at a place where we've reported financials twice a month. Quarterly is very standard, and I think it is very sufficient in getting the word out to commissioners as well as to the public. Additionally, with OpenGov software, that all of that information will be at your fingertips and possibly even posted on the website to the public.
Thank you. Did you have anything?
I'm in agreement. If we see it every quarter, that's fine, and I'm definitely in agreement of moving the public comments to the, third, second, they can stay as long as they want, but if you want to come and make a comment and leave, that I think we should be accommodating there. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Herzog. Well, let's start with commissioner comments. Originally, I had 2 to 4 minutes. I said just 3 minutes. I think it's absolutely imperative that we talk to the people that are paying our salaries, and we're all on full salary. We're costing the taxpayers a lot of money. It's been an issue: who's working full-time, who isn't working full-time, who relies on the director of operations or the county administrator to do their work, who's actually out hustling, getting work done, who isn't. Not pointing a finger at anyone. But we have an obligation. Did you want to speak now? Who just spoke? Okay, no. I'd appreciate if you wouldn't comment during the meeting. If you want to fill out another slip, I'll be glad to consider. So we have people that are counting on us to make some really tough decisions. And so the comments to open up with everything that we're dealing with, that's where I just seem to have so much. I've been here 4 years, and I've seen 2 different boards come and go, And I've seen the amount of money that's been squandered. It's factual, it's easy to follow, it's undeniable. It's been a tremendous waste, both boards. And, you know, part of the reason the finance people right now are under the tremendous burden that I just heard is because of the new software system that I voted against. Please wait a few months. Hold off on this tremendous expense. I'm not done, thank you. So I'm hearing it's going to do all the work for us. Okay. Can we afford it? That's another question. You know, I originally voted for it in the beginning because I was convinced, and then I saw one public comment was it's going to cost you $200,000 each of the next 4 years, give or take. So public comments, I think we're all in agreement on that. Agenda amendments. Any other board I've ever served on want a direct challenge to any board member if they had, does Goose Curry have that if as a agenda topic that basically says this is your chance right now to declare a possible conflict of interest? Do they have that on their meeting agendas?
No.
Okay. I see it on a lot of others, so I might be losing on that one. The financial report is probably the biggest one.
Excuse me, Court.
Huh? Excuse me.
Chair, you know, all board members need to know, you know, you're just cognizant of where, you know, if you feel like there's a conflict of interest, you declare that right up front. I would, you know what I mean? So I don't think it needs to be a...
Okay. On the financial report, I honestly don't know where the county is right now, and that's where the burden is. We've had a very tough year. We're not exactly sure what's going to happen for 2021. A short, to the point, Director of Finance, financial report, I think is critical. Twice a month, I think makes a lot of sense. And, you know, the report we had last meeting, I think it was on the 23rd, was very helpful. Mr. Rickert brought in his staff, and it was just good business. Waiting every quarter with the county finances where they are, that's a struggle for me. That is a real struggle until we tie up a lot of loose ends. So I don't want to wait a month from now with the transition between the two director of operations, with a new finance person coming on, a new system. I don't want to wait until a month or two and then have somebody go, well, we didn't factor that in, we couldn't factor that in, we don't know where we are. And I'm not sending out a yellow blinking light, but I do want to be responsible and make sure that I'm getting the updated information as is the public. So I'm going to come to you here in just a minute. The rest of, I might have to bring this back another time because it's apparently we don't have a lot of agreement on just bringing this system up to date. And as chair, I would love that opportunity. So, Mr. Ricker, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that our OpenGov does place a burden on staff, but it's no more of a burden than any other than an audit or anything else that may come up. You don't not do an audit just because it's a burden, and you don't not do OpenGov just because it's a burden. It's going to help the county. It's going to help improve visibility between us and the public, and so that is a burden that we are taking on for the betterment of the county. Additionally, again, financial reporting twice a month. I don't see that there's going to be so many changes in a 2-week period that it's worth reporting on. The quarterly reports will be a lot more beneficial and inclusive than reports every other week.
So, sorry, excuse me, Commissioner Pash.
I would also like to perhaps help Commissioner Herzog to understand the software program that we've put in is OpenGov. It is a modern software program, and they tell us, of course, we haven't seen yet. I believe the go live, part of it goes live actually today as we speak. It is going live. So what they tell us it will do, and what I've seen in some of the classes that I've attended, is that it will be at each commissioner's fingertips on your laptop, in your office. You will be able to go in and look at the budget, all facets of the budget. It batches every night at close of business. So the next morning, anything that we've done from that day previous will be batched, and you will be able to look at the current state of the budget up to date at your fingertips daily. Each department head will have control of their budgets. They can make changes to their budgets and then submit them to finance. And then that would come before the board before they could actually make those changes, but they could move things around in their budgets. And we are also told that a lot of the reporting from those budgets will also go online. We can put that active on our website so that, as Chair Boyce has said, he wants full transparency for the county. The actual budget would be online and updated on a daily basis for, and I think so there is a good reason not to burden the finance department with coming up with this when in a few weeks after they work the bugs of this out, we will all have this at our fingertips, and I would hope that the board would wait on this at least to let's see how OpenGov sets in, and then with our financial report coming at our next meeting, is it? I'm not sure. It's in the next couple of weeks. Finance will give a complete financial state of the county, so we'll have that, and then we can go forward with that from OpenGov. I would also like to say, if I could, this board voted last year as our assessor came to us and asked for an increase in his budget for a new software program. At times, we need to update our software. So I'm sure the assessor did it in hopes that it would expedite his office, how he runs his office, how he collects and disperses his tax revenues. It takes time to learn that, yes, but I would hope that, this board would see that it's a progression that was necessary, and it will be very fruitful to the county. That's all I have, sir.
Yeah, my only comment there is we had other options that were far less expensive. If this works, and it very well could, great days ahead, but it is tremendously costly. And when you couple it with everything else that we've been dealing with, I've got a list here of, my goodness, of the different surprises that we've got. And right now we're looking at needing to appoint 2 new budget committee board members. What I'm hearing from the board is their preference would be to wait till perhaps the middle of March for our next financial report. That's too long for me because of all the variables. We have an excellent crew. They are catching up. They're helping to complete the audits. I think Mixed Director Rickert is spread way thin with 2 different jobs we have him on, and we have employees that have confused issues on their paychecks that we're not addressing, and he doesn't have time to address. I just have some concerns out there, and just having somebody get up that's responsible and say, hey, this is where we are bi-weekly. We've got this issue that we didn't anticipate, et cetera, so we can go, here's how we can address that. Here's what the board needs to know. So wait until March. I'm surprised that we would want to do that. That's all I have. Chair?
Can
Sheriff?
I make a recommendation on this, the agenda thing that you put out? I think we need to get rid of 3, 4, and put public comments up to number 3, and put presentations up to number 4. A lot of times that we come over and we do presentations for,
Yes.
It just wastes our time to sit here through all the what takes so long is the agenda amendments thing is an issue. My recommendation is you put agenda amendments right before consent agenda. That way you're right into the meat of everything. And let everything else go prior to that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, I think I might bring it back in a month or so with everything that I've learned here today. I think that might be, we can refine it, and I think that's a good recommendation. Anybody else from the public? Okay, so can I get a consensus from the board that maybe we'll bring this back in a month or so when we have more time with the recommended changes or ideas there?
It was your it was your IAGRS, so yeah, if you want to, I'd be fine with that.
Commissioner Herzog?
But I would kind of make a motion right now to move stuff, move the public comments to number 3, like John has suggested. Sheriff Ward, I apologize for not being,
It's okay, John.
I didn't say anything.
So I would like to see some of those changes,
turn.
starting at our meeting on Wednesday. If that's, moving this presentations to number 4. I really like Sheriff Ward's comments, and so is that a possibility to do that prior to?
Go ahead.
I don't have a regular agenda in front of me right now, but I think that's fairly close to what we generally do.
Oh, okay. All right.
And maybe I can get you that agenda.
Well, that's this one, right? Yeah, I got that.
So I want to make sure the board, if I may, the board does not agree that we need even monthly financial reports. We just need to do quarterly.
Well, what I heard was we will have daily. And Brad, can you expound on that? Is timing wise or?
Yeah, timing. We just went live on the AP and GL functions of the software this morning. We're going to be bringing different modules online over the next 6 months. The reporting will be one of the last ones that we do because we need to get everything up and running first.
Okay.
But that will come later this year.
Well, I'm kind of used to monthly. That's what we do at Coos Curry Electric, but it's a different deal. But we have a monthly financial report. So
I'm going to recommend that we bring this back on the 13th. I don't know if staff right now, with all that they've got to do, we would want to. I can work on this and get it back to Mr. Rickert and Mr. Jesuit, but I would recommend the 13th. I think. So we can just keep the old agenda as it is for now. But I'm open. We spent quite a bit of time on it. It's just 20 minutes to noon, so I'll bring it back one of those 2 days for potential board approval.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're talking about, are we on to the censor? So, Commissioner Herzog, what did you have some questions on that, or I can go over the 4 things that that are included in this documentation. I promise the citizens it's valid and legitimate, accurate. But the 4 things are the response to the Campos Meekins to move to Space 18 for the winter protection at Boyce Cove Park. You haven't had a chance to review this yet, I understand.
A little, not
okay.
In-depth.
Meekins' preliminary response to the Boyce Cove Camp host eviction and the Curry staff accusation of breaking the contract with the county. I did number 3, records of properly contacting new interim Curry Director of Operations Rickert of Sunday water leakage at Boyce Cove Park. Why the Curry County Parks Coordinator was not contacted. Number 4, highlighted items, Curry County personnel rules requiring doctor's release for special ADA health matters while at the same time respecting HIPAA guidelines. So it's all here, and it's a lot of information, but if somebody really wants to know if that censor was appropriate and valid and the things that were said to CIS Insurance and the black eye they give this county, anybody can make assumptions that I acted improperly, and if I had it to do again, I absolutely would do exactly the same things. The records are clear that I went through proper channels to get them to move to Space 18. I've never been impolite or disrespectful to anyone in determining if they had a proper doctor's medical release. I stand firm on how that couple was treated from the very beginning. And, you know, it's all there. And so, sure, I'd like to start off the year with a recognition that at least the board could suggest or accept that it was, you know, a reasonable situation at the time. It caused a lot of strife in our county. It caused a lot of conflict between you and I, Commissioner Pash, and I'm shocked that we're still talking about this. So no, I want it reversed. I think it's the best thing for the county. Again, the facts speak for themselves, and it's been a political decision that's just been brutal, and it's cost me a lot of time, and it's very, very unfortunate. When I say political, yeah, there's people out there that want it to be true, that would absolutely say, yeah, what a jerk, you know, all the rest of it. But I think the most of the people in this room, if they really knew what happened, they would have responded the same way on these issues. So I'm going to be here for the next 4 years, and this censor is really a black eye for this county. Other counties don't work this way. And this meeting was set up the censor was set up with discussion prior with 2 commissioners. That's completely illegal. It wasn't properly noticed. It was not on the agenda. And this is our chance to say, yeah, Commissioner Boyce has been a productive, hardworking commissioner. He cared about those people up there. He had no other option, and it's all right here. If you want to take the time to read it, it's all right here. Then you will vote to overturn this. It's the right thing to do. It was a horrible mistake from the beginning. Enough. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
To give you a little bit more background on this, over time, as you know, we have liaisons. We have relationships with liaisons. And over time, there have been some liaisons that perhaps weren't, the staff member wasn't happy with their liaison person. In this particular case, Parks, our past Parks coordinator and Commissioner Boyce didn't agree on everything, and he asked to be moved. And I don't know if he was moved or not. I don't recall that. But then once our new Parks coordinator came on board, he and Commissioner Boyce had some issues as well, and he asked to be moved and have his liaison changed. The board voted to make it Commissioner Gold. At that time, as you may or may not know, what a liaison's job is of course, in my explanation of it would be, your department head comes to you as liaison with a potential issue. If that doesn't work, then it goes to the board or to the next high up. If an employee has an issue, they go to their department head. Their department head then takes it to the liaison. Liaison brings it to the board. On several occasions, it seemed as though Mr. Commissioner, Board Chair, at that time, Commissioner Boyce, was what I called getting out of his lane. He was still interceding and communicating with some people at the park that had been asked to not communicate with him any longer over a period of time, had been asked not to communicate with him any longer, to contact Commissioner Gold, and then to contact, actually the Director of Operations. I misspoke a while ago. They go to the Director of Operations and then the liaison and then the board. So they were directed to contact, if they didn't want to talk to the Parks Coordinator, to contact Director of Operations. At that time was Schmelzer. And then if that didn't work, to go to the liaison, and then it would come to the board. We asked Commissioner Boyce on several occasions to not interfere any further, to leave it alone. If the Meekins called him or some other people, anyone from Parks called him, to please refer them. If he didn't want to speak directly to the Parks coordinator, to refer them to the liaison or the director of operations and or the liaison. And if they couldn't find any remedy to bring it then to the board. It seemed as though Commissioner Boyce continued to answer directly and have them directly answer to him on some issues which he might have deemed as an emergency, but others didn't. That's another argument. The board asked him on 2 occasions, one in executive session and one in open session, to no longer do that, please, of which he continued over time to do that. I spoke with Council Huddle on one occasion about that, how we could deal with that, and he said, I'd really like to stay neutral on this. Perhaps you could call CIS and ask their opinion. I called CIS. They spoke with me directly on it, and in fear of a lawsuit for the county, because this person was starting to say that he was feeling he had some physical issues that he was feeling Commissioner Boyce was picking on. He felt as though Commissioner Boyce was overstepping his bounds as a commissioner, and I started to feel as though we could be putting the county liable for a lawsuit. And I want to say it wasn't only with this person, because if you read the language of the censor, it not only deals with Parks, it says, and others, because there are others that have asked to be removed from as liaison, to have Commissioner Boyce as their liaison. There are other people that have been complaining to me as board chair, making statements about they feel they were unfairly treated from Commissioner Boyce or talked down to from Commissioner Boyce. So to protect the county, I asked CIS, what's the best thing we can do? And they said to me, your first step is to censor the commissioner. At that time, I asked County Council his opinion, or I relayed to County Council what CIS had told me and asked him if he would feel comfortable to write the order. I walked away from it at that point, and County Council wrote the order. That is to protect the censor was to protect the citizens of Curry County and from a lawsuit, potential lawsuit, from some employees that are getting ready to file suit against a commissioner. And it protects us from a future lawsuit.
Now, real quick.
Yes.
Is this something we should be talking about in executive session? I'm kind of getting a little bit of a feeling in my pit of my stomach that.
So here's where we are, if I may.
Well, no.
That's a great question. So if you want to follow up on that, go ahead.
Well, I just,
Originally I asked.
Let him finish, please.
Well, I was just thinking, should this be talked about in executive session?
And that's what I'm going to give you your answer to that. Originally, I asked to have it all talked about in executive session. That's why we talked about it in executive session the first time. Commissioner Boyce told Ms. Schmelzer this should be dealt with in open session so the citizens of this county are fully aware of what this board is trying to do to him. So then we talked about it in an open session. And if he would like to bring it back to executive session.
Did you have anything else?
I'm willing to do that.
So, Commissioner Pash, did you read the 4 documents that I included in the ERS?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that didn't change your mind at all?
No.
Okay. So, Commissioner Herzog, this is why we don't have a county administrator, okay? There's been so many things launched out there, and Commissioner Pash is doing it again today. Some assumptions, people come to him and threatening to quit. I hear it all the time. Okay, I'm just going to give one example. Administrator Ward, I sent an email, Public Health Administrator Ward, that basically said, hey, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Help me understand here. Is this something the state, we're not having daily, and I have the email, of course, we're not having daily COVID reports anymore. Is this something the state is requiring? We're having weekly press releases. And I said, I know if that's the best thing for the citizens. As a commissioner, I'm uncomfortable with that. Help me out here. I've got 20 emails that I've sent to Administrator Ward that give her tremendous encouragement and appreciation. Every time I got a press release, go, you're doing a terrific job, etc. But Commissioner Pash reported to the citizens that I was challenging her on her job performance. Just absolutely false. absolutely false, and the email will bear that out. Now, she did come into my office upset, and I think we did our best to work it out and clarify. And so when you look at the documentations, I think most neutral people, and in fact, I'm under an investigation on the mask wearing requirement, costing the county thousands of dollars. If you don't go along, now that's been with at least 2 of the 4 director of operations we've had in 3.5 years. If you don't go along with them, you're going to pay a price. There is a bureaucracy growing here that I've been accused of somebody moving away from my office because I'm directing them. And I was so shocked. In fact, that person moved to the best office Curry County has, except for the sheriff's office. It's on the corner of the jail building. And so, you know, I'm being censored, just like I was sued. And you know what the judge did to that? You know what happened to the ethics violation? 7-2 board said, took them about 15, 20 minutes. And so this, I've said to you, Commissioner Pash, this is tearing our county up. I begged you to do a full review, and now I'm shocked that you say you've thoroughly read that information and you believe that I acted inappropriately and put this county at risk. The county was at risk with 2 prior camp hosts. You can't, I don't know how anybody could possibly deny it, how they were treated, and you bet I stood up for them. So if you want to throw me under the bus, bulldoze me off the cliff, you're trying, but sooner or later the information is going to get out there. So I'm asking the board to reverse this censor and start over. And please, you know, I've got hundreds of pages of documentation that if you really think that I am that callous to our employees, that you won't take the time to read that, but yet, what has happened here? What has happened here? This is not a due process. This is prove your innocence, okay? Not their responsibility to prove that I'm guilty. So they just sick ethics violations on me. They sick investigations on me. They take me to court, and they get their hands handed to them every time, and it's a tragedy, and I'm going to keep fighting because, and I'll bring that up in Commissioner's comments, why I'm fighting, because we have a new direction that we can go this year. I don't know if it's going to be with the Director of Operations or without, where the liaison positions are going to be, but we have to roll up our sleeves. And if we don't, and if we're going to be continually sidetracked with this crap, forgive me, continually sidetracked for political reasons, then you ain't seen nothing yet. Thank you. That's all I got. And yes, we're going to go into executive session with this down the road. You know, if you want to keep me under that cloud for an indefinite period of time, when you know how the effort I put out for this county, I'm here every day. You want to keep me under that cloud, it's not going to work long term. People find the truth, and it's getting to the surface. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
To finish on my comment, Commissioner Boyce made a comment that there was an illegal meeting between Commissioner Gold and I. There wasn't. That morning, Commissioner Gold walked past my office, and I was talking with someone else about the censor, and I told her there was going to probably be a censor, and as she walked past, she shook some notes at me, and she said, I got some things to say too. That was the extent of the meeting. It was, commissioners can talk. We can talk amongst ourselves as long as we don't make a ruling or a decision about something, a final, plan to make a final decision. We can talk about a lot of things. So what we did was not an illegal meeting as she walked past my office. I further want to say the reason I didn't put it on the agenda as a AGRS, I had hopes that when the Parks gentleman came that morning, that Commissioner Boyce would say, you know what, and we brought it up again. I had hoped that Commissioner Boyce would say, you know what, I kind of been out of my lane on this. I'd like to say I'm sorry, or you know what, I've been out of my lane and I'm going to stop doing that. Commissioner Gold, yes, you're the liaison for this, and let's move on. And I think, I'm not sure, but I believe I told Council Huddle that when we wrote the, when he started to write on the order. My intention was if he did that, that censor would have been in the back of my file, would never have been read. When the argument continued, I felt it necessary to protect the county and do the censor.
If you wanted to protect the county, Commissioner Bash, you would have immediately looked for an independent review of what happened in the park system. You would not have left those people to hang out and dry because of your political dislike of me. Okay? Mr. Herzog, I didn't mean to point, sorry. I want to challenge you. The 4 years you're going to be here, don't ever have a meeting, an agenda item that you pop out there in the middle of nowhere without any, at least 24-hour notice. Anybody that thinks that's ethical and right and best for the citizens, I just strongly disagree. And I promise the citizens, if I'd have done that, oh my gosh, there would have been another lawsuit. But that's where we are here. And so we've spent, it's 4 minutes to 12 now. We've spent how much time on this? Maybe the censor should stay, you know? If nobody cares enough, excuse me, that's not fair. If nobody sees the injustice, and I prove my innocence, just in those 4 pages, or 4 documents, multiple pages, they don't think I proved my innocence, yeah, you can hang me. And so I think it's a travesty, and I think it's unfortunate, and I think it all could have easily been avoided, But no, there was a political aspect to this that is pervasive, and you know the rest of the story. Here we are. Didn't have to happen. Terrible. Could have been avoided in the very beginning when I asked Director Schmelzer, hey, we need to get these people moved. The documents are all there to Space 18. Meanwhile, she gets a broken rib, the park host lady. Nobody cares. I'm just appalled. I mean, I went through Mr. Rickard, I went through the parks host, I went through everybody. I said, can you help me with this? Commissioner Gold wasn't even here involved in it. As parks liaison. Okay. So what are we going to do?
It's your agenda item.
Well, I'm not going to make a motion to remove the censor, so one of you has to do that, or we're going to be here. We'll just keep it so that we can pretend like Boyce is really. Go ahead.
I will make a motion to do away with this censure on the basic fact that we have a new board member, and I want to start off with, you know, clean slate. I think we, you know, this was brought up again. And it didn't have to be in the open meeting, but it is. So personally, as a new commissioner, I want to be open, and I want everybody to be transparent and moving forward. So we do, you know, and John has shared with me, council has shared that we, you know, you have to be careful about what you say, John, because I even after the first break, I was going to ask Chris a question, and oh, nope, you know, and so anyway, that's my motion. We're that we start off with a brand new slate. There is no censure, and that's it.
So, do we have a second? So I'll second that. Open for discussion?
Yes.
No? Did you say something, JJ? Oh, we got people. Did you say something, Staff Jesuit? Oh, somebody from the audience. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Pash, please.
This isn't about starting off the new year. This is about something that transpired last year, and the censure is to protect the county, not to pick on Commissioner Boyce. It protects the county from future lawsuits against us that we do not and will not be liable for comments and actions made by Commissioner Boyce, as he's been warned many times not to get out of his lane, and he continued to do that. So that's what this censure does, is it protects the county from future lawsuits that of Commissioner Boyce, for actions he may take with a department. And I would also like to say this. This is something that you're coming in as a new commissioner. I would welcome you. I think we need to find a way to do this, because so many people here are afraid for their jobs. They're afraid to speak up and say something for fear that they're going to be targeted and fired or found a reason to get rid of their position. I would even say that they may fear you being open and honest with you because they don't know how
Mr.
you're going to
Pass,
make
this is a different subject, and we've
No,
been
it's
down
not.
this road. Certainly it is.
So all I'm trying
give
to
me
say-
some proof that I have intimidated employees here. Please give me some proof.
I wish someone would step forward. My whole point is this. I wish we could find a way for you to talk with employees or employees to express their concerns, not about Commissioner Boyce, their concerns about the board and people on the board. And I say me too. Express your concerns. If you feel I'm out of my lane, if you feel one of us is out of our lane, I don't know how we can come up with a way to do that, but our employees need to tell us the truth and find a way to do that. And I wish we could come up with a way to do that where it's somebody that's not biased to this board or anyone that's involved with it.
Mediator.
And go ahead.
Well, there are folks that do that. There was a guy who lived up Sixes River, Mary Jane LaBelle's husband, David. I can't remember, but he was a arbitrator and a mediator for just things just like that.
It starts by having the commissioners responsible to the departments and liaisons and not be isolated by a director of operations, as was Schroeder and Smelzer. Yes, Council Huddle?
So I just want to talk about, what the issue is here and what I understand the basis of the motion to be. The censure does have language in it. I pulled it up and was reviewing it, and it said that the board reserves the right if any employees, based on the conduct identified in the censure or future conduct, in case any employees, it results in litigation, that the board reserves the right to deny defense to Commissioner Boyce. So it speaks in a reservation of rights and reserving the ability to withhold defense in case of a lawsuit. That's in the censure. That's a matter of public record. But what I heard and what I saw in the materials is the Boyce's request for reconsideration was twofold. One, on the merits that he was acting in an emergency because things could possibly happen to the Meekinses and things were going to happen to the facilities, and even arguably for health emergency reasons. But the second argument in there was that procedurally, he thought he was, it wasn't brought correctly and there was some procedural irregularities. My understanding of the motion was that you were not passing judgment on whether he did or did not act correctly, but your motion was based on the process that was used, and therefore that would be your reason for wanting to undo the censure. I understand Commissioner Pass, they were talking about a past event. You're just saying you're not ruling on the event or what he did, but on the way it happened, and that you would prefer not to have things done in that way, and therefore you're wanting to undo the censure. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to sift through everything that's in there, because a lot in there. So that's all I'm trying to figure out here.
So we have a motion and a second. Did I second? Okay. Yes, I can. So, Staff Jesuit, roll call, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Can I get another, what is the motion?
Let's see here.
Before I vote on it?
Motion by Commissioner Herzog to do away with censure because this is a new board and start with a clean slate. And he, parenthetically, Commissioner Herzog said this should have been handled in executive session. But
Roll
that's not
call,
part of the
please.
motion.
Discussion first?
Huh?
Discussion?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So just going, from what John just said, Council Huddle, we have to, this is the new buzzword is stay in your lane. So I'm gonna jump in because I'm to stay in mine. And concerning liaisons, you know your role. I'm not even a liaison yet, and I think I know that it goes from the director of operations or whatever, the department head, employees to the department head, then to the county commissioner. So as long as we know how that all works, I'm good with doing away with this as long as we don't get in this same trouble again.
If I may, Commissioner, didn't get out of my lanes. And I'll just refer you to the tons of documentations that will prove that have not been exposed here for the truth to be revealed. It's that simple. And it has drug us down. I don't need to keep repeating it. It is ridiculous what's happened here. And so, yeah, I'm pushing back with everything I got. It's my reputation. It's the county's reputation. It's our capacity to work and be productive. I will stay in my lanes, but that's not an admission that I got out of my lanes. I had no choice. I agree that when we get our liaisons, that there's a new revelation, whatever you want to call it, on what our responsibilities are. Be here every morning from 8 to whatever, and get the work done. And I think this is a start to getting that done. And I would encourage everybody to contact me if they want the full information to see what the emails say, what the documents say. It's undeniable. So I'm really sticking my neck out there if I'm saying something that isn't accurate. But I want to verify and emphasize again that the due process is not you are guilty until proven innocent. It's the other way around in the United States of America. And it's so simple. This is so simple. It's not what you want to believe, it's what the facts are. So, go ahead.
One other discussion. Moving forward, I would like, if something that, because I've read most of this. Moving forward, I think I'm going to say that as a new commissioner, and I will, you can always, I know that I don't know the ins and outs of how we can talk to each other, but I think if you had this information and you could have got together somehow with the other two commissioners, maybe not, maybe not, but I'm saying we got to work together, the three of us, to cement in the public's eyes that we're working together. And you saw a need, obviously, with the parks and the parks host, and acted in the what you thought was the best. But I think the three of us need to make that decision. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense at all?
Absolutely. That's the route I took. And again, the documents will show that. And you may be just the person to do the impossible here and pull this board together. And it is imperative that we do the work and that we follow you in that lead. And I'm sure willing.
I know a lot of it, and even I tell my kids this: you got to be able to say, you got to get glad in the same pants you got mad in. So, we're three type A gentlemen, or we wouldn't be here. But we're also adults enough to know that we have to get along and we have to move forward to the best interest. And so, that's why I'm here. My whole deal with being on this commission, in this board of commissioners, is to serve the county that I love. And you guys, I see your passion for the county. I know you do, but we have to work together and do it correctly and decently and in order. And I think we can make great strides. George, help me out here.
Well, I'll wait for the chair to recognize the commissioner, if that's okay with
John.
you.
Commissioner Herzog, well said, and I heard every word you communicated there. Thank you, Commissioner
Yes,
Rhodes.
thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Commissioner Herzog. I appreciate your enthusiasm for the job you have in DW. I would recommend you spend some time with Council Huddle and get some updates on the requirements that I remember in place. And while I like the thought of having a lane, I think the responsibility of a commissioner is sort of like being in rush hour traffic in Los Angeles. If you stay in one lane, you might technically not last very long. So I think it's important for the board to consider the liaisons and the responsibility of those liaison commissioner positions. But if you happen to be the only commissioner in the office one day and you get a phone call and you don't take care of that call, and this goes for all of you, and I know you all know this, but I think it's important for maybe the citizens to realize it also, then the county could come under some responsibility if you fail to act, if you don't take the precautions that need to be taken. I've read some of the information, and I'm not going to take sides in this issue, but I would encourage you all to understand that as elected officials, you have a responsibility, and you have a responsibility to act on occasion when it may not be the popular thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Miss Rose?
Nancy Sue Rose, Nasika Beach. I have been following this. Some of you know that for 2 years I came to every single meeting here, every hearing. And then I stopped coming for a while, but I followed online most of the time. And I followed this issue of the censure very closely. And the thing is, what you said, Commissioner Rhodes, is true, that sometimes there may be an emergency, but the person who should have been contacted first wasn't, because of what Commissioner Boyce told the camp host to contact him instead of the person he was supposed to contact. And it isn't just this one issue that was censored. It was several different ones that were happening over a period of time. And so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Roll call, Staff Jesuit.
I have a comment.
We're gonna have a roll call now.
I want to make a comment,
No.
please. I'd like to make
Vote,
a comment,
please.
I'd like to make a comment, please.
It is 12:15. It's time to have a vote. Sorry.
Not going to let me make a comment?
No.
A lot of other public comments, sir. May I make a brief comment?
We've let you go plenty today, so it's time for a vote.
This is a new topic, sir.
Well, then you can come back at, we're going to break to 1:15 after this vote.
So let's
It's
hold the
just,
vote.
this is a highly irregular vote, sir, to undo the will of the last commission over this, when Commissioner Herzog's only had 5 minutes worth of testimony on it. This is highly improper to do, sir.
Staff Jesuit?
And I will make my comment. You can talk over me if you'd like, but I would like to tell Commissioner Herzog at the start of the read of the censure, I told Commissioner Boyce I did not want to do this. I reached out to him to remain friends, and it actually hurt. I don't remember the exact words I used, but I absolutely did not want to read that censure into the record, but I felt it was necessary.
You threw two camp hosts under the bus
I thought you
because of
said
your
I need a
refusal to get the facts.
Gotta have the
Here
last
we are.
word.
We didn't listen to what you offered. Maybe it'll come at another time. Hopefully it will. Time for a vote, Mr. Jesuit,
Mr.
please.
Pash.
No.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion.
Vote on your own disciplinary problem.
Yeah.
You cannot vote on your own guilt or innocence, sir. That's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, you're, sorry, you just have to disagree. Is that true?
There's a law. There's nothing about I have to disagree. There's a law, sir. You're
Uh-huh.
not allowed to do it.
Okay.
Well,
So we're going to come back here at 1:15.
wait,
We need to,
can Commissioner Boyce vote?
He,
I said yes.
if he makes his own decision on whether he votes under the conflict of interest rules. Usually they involve pecuniary benefit to him or his business, and I don't know that there's any pecuniary issue here respecting him under Chapter 244, so that's really the conflict
And in that
of
case,
interest
motion
rules.
carried 2-1.
See everybody at 1:15? Break, lunch.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between.
Skills, get familiar with school staff and
We're good. That's how we know. We might not have recorded everything, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no, we have two items. We have all contracts. Okay, so that is item, is that the right sequence?
Do you have your mic on? And then Eric said we might have started before we were on, so you
Yes.
might just want to
Okay.
take it from the top. Oh wait, JJ, I think I started that one. Is it?
We're not on, yeah, we're not on workshop yet,
We-
are we?
no,
Or
when you
is that
started
key
though,
session?
we weren't live, so you might want to just take it from the top.
Okay, Eric, if you can hear me there in the control room, welcome back, everyone. We have a couple items left on our January 4th special meeting. Special meeting agenda, and then commissioner comments. According to my information here, we have proposal contracts, all hires. Is that correct? Is that next?
I think so.
You're the chair.
Volunteers and committee appointments. So we've been having a few hires. We've been having a few volunteers, committee appointees, and I just want to kind of clear the air and make sure that all these come before the board and not before director of operations or county administrator. And then you know, there can be some issues develop from that with commissioners sometimes learning late. So that's the reason for this discussion board. I assume you all want everything to go through. That's our job. That's part of our job description. Go ahead, Commissioner Pash.
Well, I think that's already in our current, what we currently have is that we approve all, we have the final approval of all hires and departures, final approval of all the, pretty much all the volunteers. I think everything on here. The only thing I would say is the Sheriff's Department, of course, is not included in this because the Sheriff's Department is the one that has to approve his hires, not us. And that's even to include deputies or front staff. I think the Sheriff's Department stands alone as the biggest figure in this county. He is this, I guess, the ultimate boss of the county, and his office stands different than our county offices do. Am I understanding that rule correctly?
So
that's. Go ahead, Council Huddle.
If you're asking about a rule, the rule is that the sheriff has final hiring authority, but that he must bring notice of the hires to the board within 30 days, I think, of hiring, and he's been following that pretty good.
And that's in the form of an introduction, correct?
Yep, and but the board delegated, I think, that authority to him. Yeah, and then there's also a statute that says he's in charge of all the people in his office. But I'm playing catch up here on this item, all contracts. So we also have a rule in our purchasing rules that contracts up to $10,000 in both the roads department by the roadmaster and in every other department by the director of operations. And prior to that, it was the finance director. Then once we got a director of operations, changed to director of operations. And then the only other thing I can think of is there was like this one-off where I think within the last year, they appointed to the director of operations the camp host hires. Before that, I think it was the board. So that's really the only three things. But when you say all contracts, I think Commissioner Pash is right. You do approve all hires except for sheriff. And you do all contracts except for $10,000. And then the only hire I guess you don't approve is camp hosts from a board order within the last year, I think.
So good summary. Questions? So we would be targeting then just specific to volunteers like camp hosts? Or unless we wanted to include all contracts and not just the 10,000 minimum?
Yeah, and then by the way, that 10,000 limit is actually kind of old. The state law currently allows up to I think $150,000 without competitive procurement. Some places, and we actually, the last time we looked at this was to delegate more authority for contracting to the director or county administrator perhaps at that point. And the board decided to keep it at 10. So, but that's all a board decision, more, less, none, however you want to do it.
So my preference is to have all contracts come before the board, and because we're the ones solely responsible, short-term, long-term, and I think it's good business because that's what we're hired to do, and we have to do our homework and be available for that. Then go ahead.
I think just administratively, that's tricky. The board meets every 2 weeks. Sometimes contracts, you know, especially small things, need to be done quicker. And I mean, I just want to make the board aware that it will make it slower to get contracts approved, and that's all. And you might want to hear from some of your staff, or maybe have a review of, you know, what contracts are typically approved without board, and what would it be if the board approved them all, just so, you know, you do that. I understand the philosophy, and Commissioner Boyce, you're speaking straight from statute. Under the statute, the Board of Commissioners is responsible for all matters of county business, and so the starting point is you guys are responsible for everything. And in the past, the board has delegated, and if you're going to undelegate, you might want to, you know, take some input on that.
Thank you. You've been here almost 5 years. How often is it that we actually would get a contract that we couldn't schedule in plenty of time ahead? Would that be fairly common? And who would approve that if we didn't have a director of operations?
Right. Well, before it was director of operations, it was the finance officer.
Okay.
And so, and then I review. So our contract rules, we can go over that. But our contract rules, I review every contract, and then whether the board approves it or somebody else approves it. And then prior to my arrival, for I think a pretty good long time, it was, and when I say I mean the county council, and that's prior to my arrival as well. It's in our contracting rules. And then prior to my time, it was the contracting officer, which the board had designated as the finance director, and actually, excuse me, county accountant, because we didn't have a finance director even. And then within the last few years, the board changed the county accountant to the county administrator, and then that got changed to director of operations. But bottom line is, for a long time, the county has always had a non-board member approved contracts up to $10,000, and the road department has approved them up to $10,000 for a long time. What would happen fast? I don't know. A lot of times it's, well, similar things to, I don't want to pick a scab here, but let's say we had a pipe break and there was a water leak, and let's say it wasn't even an emergency, but it was water that we needed to drink or use to do things with. We wouldn't want to wait 2 weeks to get somebody on that, and typically a simple repair like that is probably going to be below 10 grand. And so usually, so then in my experience, it would be like a facilities maintenance person would call around, and also under the law, a contract under $10,000, you don't even need to make 3 calls. You can just call somebody and say, I need you to get over here and fix his pipe. And so again, that's just a off the top of my head example of where it comes in handy. I don't know, you know, Director of Operations, if you have anything to add to that. And Jim, you don't do too many below $10,000 contracts, I don't think, and maybe other Commissioner Rhodes would know. But
Very
anyway.
helpful. I don't think.
All right.
Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'll add something. Since I've been here, I have signed a few contracts. Just in the short time that I've been here, one was just recently so that we could get W-2s printed out on time and get those out by the federal deadline. Waiting on that, you know, may have put us in jeopardy there.
So I don't have to be real persistent on this. You know, something we can just keep an eye on. I think I would prefer just one commissioner to have a report, staff report on that when you do have to make those contract approvals, even if it's after the fact. And we may be doing that, although not real consistent, I don't think. I just want the public to know that we, go ahead.
And I've typically tried to do that in my director's reports.
Okay.
If there is anything that I sign, or give the board upfront warning of that I'm going to do it if the timing allows.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pash?
I will also say, like liaison for the road department, you know, Mr. Christensen, he always emails me or calls me and says, look, I got this going on. I got to fix this. I got a machine down. I got something going on. I got to fix it. I know I got the authority to do it, but I just want to let you know.
So we brought some...
That's good.
I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's fine.
Is that it? Okay. So we've brought some good public awareness. The public knows that we're watching this even closer. We're not suggesting there's been anything wrong. To the contrary, it's just a matter of who's going to be doing it in the future, and are the commissioners going to be consistently notified? So I'm fine with that. When it comes to volunteers, hires, other than the Sheriff's Department, yes, campos, I want all that to go before the board. That's my strong preference and request to this board. So who else is going to approve it if we don't?
So it's not happening right now?
Currently, camp post approval was delegated to the Director of Operations. Again, my recollection is within the last year, could be within the last 2 years. But prior to that, it was board action. And it was only board action because it was not delegated to anyone else. So it went under the giant umbrella of the Board of Commissioners oversees all matters of county business, and then their county concern is what the statute says, and unless you delegate it out. That one had not been delegated out before, and so the board was doing them.
Just again, the commissioners are responsible, and I think there could have been some real conflict avoided had the board had that option. So that's a pretty important one to me, not to learn again after the fact. So do we need to bring back an order on that and propose it to the board?
I think the delegation was by order, and the general rule is the way to undo something is the same way you did it. So if you're going to undo that delegation, you would then do an order, basically rescinding the order.
Okay, we can move on then. I'll work on that. Unless anyone else has anything else, discussion? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah.
Okay, liaison roles. Yeah, we forgot. Oh, that's your. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you take the lead there, Director Rickard.
Okay, so again, just like with electing the chair and the vice chair every year at this time, The liaison assignments are discussed and possibly reorganized. In the packet, I have included what those liaison assignments currently are, and Commissioner Boyce did do his own proposal, and I included that as well. So we've already had some discussion on this, but some of that discussion has been to leave it the way it is for a certain period of time. But it is up to you three how you want to handle that.
So we have, I think you and I have the same one, don't we? I'm looking at the 2021 here. It does have, we could start at the bottom and just have a discussion here and maybe some requests, preferences, however the board wants to proceed. Yes, we did forget road department. I did.
And county council.
Do you need supervision? Or
The board has wavered on that. In the past, I did have a liaison. I think the last board eliminated the county council liaison position. Nope, I was under Sue Gold at the last one, so you hadn't eliminated it. I feel like I serve all the commissioners and that, you all have access to me, but I think Sue drew the short straw and then had to do my eval. So anyway, you could include a liaison for county council. I don't mind. However you guys want to do that.
Commissioner Pash?
Well, just in I'm hoping just some tidying up here. We've also got two SWACT, you've put on yours to have Commissioner Herzog and myself on SWACT. I see a new Curry Cities, ports, libraries that is not on here, so there's something that I don't know. You've also got both Advanced Health.
How if we just do one at a time, could we?
Okay, sure.
So we were at county council, and then I'm going to give you the floor to pick whatever one you want to go there.
There's also roads, I think, right?
Pardon me?
Was there roads too?
Yes. Yeah, so those are
right,
two we need to designate, I think.
Well, again, I have relationships with these people. I would urge you to call them, and if they're unsatisfied with me being their liaison, then of course I would be more than willing to give them up and hopefully find a commissioner that they would have a better relationship with. I personally believe I'm a pilot and with aviation, so I really don't have a lot to do with the airports other than we were working with the airport up north of Port Orford on an ILS approach there, which since COVID has come in, we've fallen apart on. Being a veteran, and I'd like to keep those services. I have a relationship with our veterans, I believe. I'm also on a member of the Marine attachment here in Curry County. Our finance, I don't have degrees, but I have a life's history in finance. Treasurer's office, our sheriff's department I work very closely with, our road department I work closely with. Emergency service has gone to the sheriff's department, so that's a moot point. And the fair and the clerk's office. So I have relationships with those people now. If one of those doesn't want me, why don't we do this? Why don't we ask the different departments that we're acting for liaisons to write in and say who they would prefer their liaison to be? That would be a great way to do it. Then they could give us a list of who they'd like to see, 1, 2, 3, and then we could do that. County council, or I don't have the authority to say that, but council's raising his hand, Chair.
County council.
Thank you. And this is the relationship between, the board and the departments. And, we currently also have another link in that chain between the boards and the departments, and that's our director of operations. And I wasn't clear to me, but I'm assuming he would be included, and maybe the communication could go through him and he could amass it and put together, the stuff. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but I just wanted to make sure that, there's recognition there. But, you know, again, however you want to do it, but who would they submit it to if they're going to do that?
So I just want one quick comment, and then, yeah, I saw.
Okay.
Thank you. Wherever there's a notion that if I don't like a certain commissioner, I can just say, I want somebody else. It doesn't work that way in other counties. It's not a popularity contest. Our responsibility is for strong oversight. You know, this notion that I can't get along with people, it just ain't so. And, you know, again, you got to refer back to the documents. So the other part of that was that it was good for the commissioners to rotate. Obviously, I have a tremendous interest in law enforcement, and that record is clear. I've been here for 4 years. I've never been on the sheriff's deal, for example. And then, you know, you could just go down one or the other. You know, I am not going to ask and put you in a tough position of, hey, how do you like Commissioner Johnson? You sure you don't need somebody else? That's what's happened here. And it's been detrimental to the responsibility of the commissioners, and then I was isolated from 2 different county administrators. I just don't go along. That's not what I'm paid to do. So, you know, I'll defer to Assessor Colin gladly here, but I'm already seeing a little bit of a breakdown, and this may need a workshop. I think somebody else recommended that prior. Assessor Colin, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you. With regard to liaison commissioners, you know, there was some earlier discussion about holding this off for 90 days, and I don't know that that's really necessary. I mean, I've seen a lot of past boards work with determining who the liaisons are, and there's not always agreement about which commissioners would get which departments, but they usually dispense with the conversation within a week or two after a new commissioner is sworn in. And there's always been a new commissioner sworn in, at least in the 32 years that I've been doing this. The idea of having department heads or elected officials select their own commissioner that they like the best. The only time I ever got a commissioner that I liked was when Commissioner Rhodes was my. Actually, I don't know if Commissioner Rhodes was ever my liaison commissioner, but I would say that, you know, as an elected official, I mean, one of the things here is, you know, I've seen some resistance by elected officials in the past of having a liaison commissioner because, you know, we're responsible for our own departments. We're responsible to the people of the county just as much as you are. I've never minded having a liaison commissioner for the assessor's office. In fact, I value having a liaison commissioner with the assessor's office because oftentimes the liaison to the assessor's office will be the liaison that sits on the Board of Property Tax Appeals. And I actually like that education rotating through the Board of Commissioners. And if something like that is beneficial to the assessor's office, I would think it would be beneficial to other departments because, you know, the year you spend as a liaison to the assessor, you know, I'm hoping that you're learning something too. And then maybe the next year you're moving on to the road department and hopefully you're learning something there. But the fact is you're getting a more well-rounded idea of what all goes on in county government. And certainly we do like to say that, you know, commissioners are welcome to come and see us whenever they have questions. So I like the idea of doing some rotation. You know, in this case, I also like the idea of the 3 of you getting together in a workshop to discuss which departments, you know, I mean, you can see amongst the 3 of you that some of you have some real preferences as to where you'd like to be. That's not the first time that's happened in the last 32 years either. I mean, there's been some disagreement, usually works out. So, 1, I don't think you need to wait 90 days. 2, I like to see the rotation.
Thank you, Mr. Susser. Well, it's 1:40 now, so we've got about 20 minutes to finish up. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing the board sense that, or I'm sensing the board wants to put this into a workshop, and fairly soon. It probably can't happen, well, it definitely can't happen Wednesday, so it would be the 20th. And what I would like to say to all the department heads, less the elected officials, because it's not mandatory, but I think the department heads, until the 20th, if they have issues and the full board isn't available, then they should just come to whoever they're comfortable with, and I think that's just a good policy, and it is likewise part of the learning experience that we have to, and it is part of the rotation that we know is good for all of us. Did you have something? Okay.
No. No, I'm in favor of the workshop, though. I think that's good.
Okay, so we're tentatively looking at January 20th, 2 o'clock. To add that to the workshop.
10-4 there, JJ? 10-4, you acknowledge that?
I don't know if we have a consensus here, but I think we do. I didn't hear from you, Commissioner Pass.
You've already got 2, but yes, that's fine. You had a consensus, but yes, that's fine.
Okay, so does that conclude, let's see, who's first on the commissioner reports?
Well, we were going to do A at the end of H.
Whoops, excuse me. Go ahead, Director Rickert.
So, do we still want to do this now, or do we want to wait till the workshop?
Which one is it?
So it's 6A, order appointing board member to the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority. So it was with Commissioner Gold. It is without that member at this point. Do we want to elect Commissioner Herzog to that post at this point?
What does it consist of, Brad?
I don't know.
Meetings and preferences?
I have been there. I was the liaison for them, and again, it was a little inconvenient for me. Yeah. It's held at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Crescent City. It's very easy to get in and out of. They have actually a wonderful new venue that they do it in. Big fluffy seats. It takes about an hour, and it's basically a very quick financial report status of what's happening with the airport. As you may or may not know, they just built the new building down there. Mr. Milliman was very involved in that as well. So it's just basically a meeting like this that lasts 45 minutes to an hour. Like I say, if I used to leave here at 2 o'clock, I'd be there for the meeting, and then after you could just basically go home. You don't have to come all the way back up here. So it was pretty simple to do, and it's a good group of people.
Once a month meeting?
I'm going to say it's once a month. Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that. Unless you want to.
No, it's fine.
But I am, an hour closer back and forth, so.
There's your answer, board chair.
Looking for a motion.
So moved.
It's an action item, isn't it?
So moved.
Second?
I could have second, I'm sorry.
All right.
Looking for papers there. Any further discussion? The crest of the airport is awesome, and you being that close, and it's really important to South County in particular with the, their ups and downs commercially, but again, very important to 60% of our population. So good for you.
And I will say also, if I could, Chair.
Yeah.
They also wanted to work with me in coordination with the airport in North County, and coordinating to help
Blanco?
To get federal support for that ILS approach. And we needed to add a taxiway onto that runway so that we could actually get C-130s to come in there.
Yeah.
And commercial traffic as well. So they were going to also work with us to not pressure, but encourage the FAA to add an ILS to that airport. So it might want to be a discussion you have with them.
Yeah.
Okay, no further discussion? Assessor Cullen on this one?
No, not on this one.
Okay, call for the question, please.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
What else am I overlooking?
There's no next one.
Okay.
I think you moved the consent agenda item down to
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, okay. Let me get there real quick.
Well, may I-
JJ has one.
What the consent agenda item is Diane Schofield moved from Port Orford to Brookings, I believe, and then Aaron Johnson moved from South County to Central County. I mean, we're not nominating. There's no applications in. It's just two people moving around.
Oh.
Why didn't I think of that?
By the way, we asked for applications back in August and received 0.
Yeah, and they're good, good committee members. So we could. I'm going to ask the board to consider a vote on this and make it an action item. Or do we need a motion?
Need a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion then that we approve the location transfer between Aaron Johnson and Diane Schofield for the Curry County Tourism and Promotion Committee.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
This is
Commissioner Pash.
All right.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
We got about 15 minutes. What's next?
We have commissioner updates next.
Who's first?
Commissioner Herzog.
Oh, really? I'm so dizzy, my head is spinning like a whirlwind. It never ends. No, I don't. I have no nothing to. Just trying to absorb it all.
Am I next? Thank you. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Commissioner Pash next?
Well, you're next.
Okay. So, talking to a friend earlier yesterday, I'm going to take my mask off. With what's going on in the federal government, you know, all the breakdown of the Republicans with President Trump on the fees, the CARES relief, all the money going overseas, people hurt, wounded, whether it's $600 or $2,000 to each individual American, and federal employees would get either the $600 or $2,000, and they've not been laid off, so there's been a real concern the money's not been properly targeted. So when it comes to the state level, with the challenge that the governor had, basically saying, and I've been very supportive of her publicly, privately, direct, consistently with everything that she and her staff have dealt with, and I give her, you heard me say last meeting, I give her staff high marks, and I'm grateful. But when she said basically, don't defy my executive order, and this is part of what our important workshop item is to be discussed on Curry Economic Sanctuary County. She's basically saying, here's what's going to happen. So I worked over the weekend to put out a letter, and I sent it to almost every commissioner in the state. I admit the timing of the weekend, New Year's weekend, wasn't the best, but her executive order came out on the 31st. And I'm going to read you what I think the response is. Some of you, most of you, are aware that she has $800 million that she is promising, and I brought this up, and I won't read her executive order and her warning not to defy. But the $800 million was targeted primarily for landlords and tenants, community development, certainly vaccine distribution, the plans there, all good stuff, no argument. But I about fell out of my chair when I realized, like the federal government, both the House and the Senate, not coming up with a plan for the small businesses that we're losing. And then the state does the same thing. We're losing our companies. There's some that aren't even going to be open more than a few more days. And it is staggering. It is heartbreaking. It is right there in front of us. And we've got that $800 million, which probably would be about $3 million for Curry County that we could precisely distribute to those businesses. If we're going to tell them you cannot open up, if you do, we're going to pull your liquor license. If you do, we're going to pull your health license, your environmental health license. So here's what I wrote. I'm getting some support. I needed to work on it this morning, but obviously that wasn't possible. Regarding Governor Brown press release, by the way, this went out to Alex Campbell, Leah Horner, Jason Miner, high up in her office, and the Governor Brown press release responding to planned defiance of COVID-19 executive orders. Everyone is aware that 2020 was an unbelievably tough time for Oregon and our country. I'm talking with many very responsible and dedicated public servants and business leaders. We all share a concern for where the latest executive order could be taking us and to that likely unfortunate conclusion. The risk is too great. I got to underline here, I can't imagine, I've got a son that's been at the OSP for 20 years. I can't imagine Oregon State Police, the pride of Western U.S. law enforcement, perhaps being put in this impossible situation. Worst case scenario, knocking on doors, the businesses that are trying desperately to survive. This critical time in our history does not have to be a classic conflict between rural and metro Oregon. The best way to avoid the growing tension is for everyone to have a cool and calm approach in collectively solving this issue. Oregon must join together. It is simple in my view. We have to target a good portion, reasonable portion of the $800 million relief funds as originally intended from the federal government, promptly distributed directly to our untold number of small companies. These hard-working Oregonians have done absolutely everything that we've asked, yet they are collapsing before our eyes, and as more time is wasted. If we have no choice but to continue with lockdowns, then we have to give them hope and resources until the coronavirus surge subsides. Please, no more talking. Instead, let's take decisive action that we all know cannot be delayed. Small business is the key to the COVID pandemic recovery and the best path to block the increasing poverty we're now starting to witness. Save our families, save our liberties, save our employers, save our culture, and save Oregon. If 2021 is truly to be a vastly improved year over 2010, then we got to immediately refocus. Thank you. So I've got copies of this for everybody. That's all I have. I mean, there's several other things that I could report to the citizens. But in response to her executive order, which again, this county our people have done everything we've asked. Our people here in this building have 99% have done everything that we've asked. Our businesses, our schools, our churches, all the above. And it's simple. Redirect some of that $800 million so we can keep these businesses afloat. So I think that's all I have. Hang on 1 minute. Right now we're up to 271 positive cases in Curry County. That's all I'm going to report on that for today. And I do have, oh my goodness, I do have one apology to a World War II veteran that turned 100. I thought that Ken Dubé, lifetime friend, 96, was the only one still living in Curry County. So I have reached out to Charles Barnett to apologize as he turned 100. And we're going to get him in here, by George, and honor him. And I have one more here from Sequoia. I want to read Sequoia Contracting. This is grant money that's available to Curry businesses, and I hope that there's people listening that might want to take a serious look at this. It's to me from Rachel Maddock Hughes. Happy New Year. I wanted to reach out to let you know that right now, just received this morning, by the way, Business Oregon has a pot of funding of up to $500,000 for small business grants, up to 5 FTE, full-time employees, per county. Do you have interest in applying for this? Sherry, that's her assistant, and I could not only apply for you, but then also work to set up an application process. I believe you'd have a partner with a local bank to do the actual grant, but we could run that through CCD again. Economic Coordinator Madison has not seen this yet, I don't think. She was not, yeah. But this could bring in sufficient funding for the small businesses in Curry County because many counties just got an influx of funding from the state. There may not be as much competition for these dollars as normal. If you're interested, I'd like to set up a call with your local Business Oregon rep, which would be Sean Stevens, so we can, I assume anyway, we can understand any potential restrictions. I know that we don't have a contract yet, but I am meaning Curry County and Sequoia Consulting, on the lookout for funding for rural communities in Oregon, and I wanted to pass this on. Kind regards. So the reason, and I put this on your desk this morning, it just came in this morning. She's willing to go to bat for us. This would be actually the 4th time I've mentioned her company. I think she charges $175 an hour, maybe it's $125, I don't remember, but she's worth it. If she wants to take the lead on this, with the restaurants in particular that are really wounded right now and fighting, not knowing how they're going to pay their bills, I'd like to have a consensus of the board that we could, it probably needs to be an action item, but there is no time to waste, no more time to waste. So, Council, how could we proceed on this if there's board agreement?
Proceed on, what is it you're looking at again?
Just to have her start the process for looking at this funding and see how Curry County can apply, and then putting the applications out to the local businesses. I mean, this is not complicated. It's money that's there, and we're not competing. Like I say, this is the 4th time I've brought, and same thing with Park Resources. We don't have a grant writer. It has really hurt us long term. So
we're under Commissioner comments, right?
Yeah,
okay.
But this is the only time I could bring it up because it wasn't on the agenda.
I see. Okay. And this, you say it's the 4th time we've looked at it, so this is the...
Excuse me, the 4th time that we could have taken the services and contracted out with Sequoia Consulting.
Yeah, and so I think the prior times, you ask how it would be done. The prior times we actually had I thought we had a possible agreement that was proposed, and so I think just getting that agreement back in front of the board for consideration would be the way to do it.
Well, I don't remember that we did have an agreement. I think we did have considerable discussion, but it was, I think the final on that was no payment unless we get the grant. Words to that effect. So I don't know. I just don't see this as high risk at all. And but I'll to try and give her this option to see how she does for our county. Again, she had tremendous recommendations from Lynn County, Lincoln County. She's got them a lot of help, a lot of funds, and we lost out over 3 months now.
If I really think with Sequoia Consulting that we did have an agreement that was brought back to the board. I felt like I was tasked with working on it and putting something together, but let me just see if I can't.
Council, could we maybe just consider bringing it back Wednesday? If give you some reasonable time on this?
I tell you what, that's fair. What I will do if it's the consensus of the board is I will look at my file on Sequoia, and if there is an agreement or something of that nature, I'll bring that to the board for consideration.
Great, that's all I have. And then I'm going to ask the board to please review this again because it's potentially some great success for Curry County, and again, low risk. Thank you, board.
Do you want to do the workshop next and then come back for my comments, or?
No, I think we're okay.
Okay. Well,
I'll leave it up to you.
I'll tell you what. I have a question from County Council. I think I need to ask the board something in executive session. That's very important. So I'm wondering if we could go into executive session. It would be one question about something that I think is imperative to this county, and then we can come back out, and I would forego my comments to do that.
So the question would involve getting legal advice from counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's 192-6602. I think it's F, which is matters that are exempt from public disclosure, and that's attorney-client privilege information. So I think we have a blank executive session listed on the agenda, so if that's the will of the board, we can do that.
So to the audience, we really are going to try and be within 5 minutes.
It's one question. It'll take a minute.
The worst part is that even though you say it'll take a minute, I have to go get the disc and we flip that out. I'm thinking, I liked your first idea. Adjourn, go to the workshop, do the workshop, and come back and
That's
finish
fine
this
with
up.
me.
But recess, go to the workshop.
Okay.
So if that, I mean, again, I had a nod over here. Commissioner Boyce, you tracking that? Is that
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
So you like going to the workshop, so we can recess this meeting, and but we're probably going to go into executive session after the workshop.
Right, we'll come back.
Go back and
exec session, then
reconvene. Okay.
Reconvene, then exec session, then out of that, and then back into public and close or what have you.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned
Oh,
and
it's
recessed. Okay, thank you. And we got 1 minute to spare for our workshop.
So we don't get up?
Okay. Welcome back. January 4th, 2020. We just come out of executive session, back into regular session. Does the board have anything further? Commissioner Herzog, welcome again.
Thank you.
Council Huddle?
No, Mr. Chair.
Director Rickard?
No.
This meeting is adjourned. See you Wednesday.